Mr. Sabelo Mbokasi, Head of Division, the Labor and Employment and Migration, Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development Department of the African Union Commission. Monsieur Jean-Jacques Kanga, Directeur de cabinet du ministre de l'Emploi et de la Protection sociale de Côte d'Ivoire. Chers mandants représentants des gouvernements,
dear constituents, representatives of governments, workers and employers,
on behalf of the Regional Director for Africa, I welcome you to Abidjan, to this important regional event, the launch of the Fair Recruitment Initiative in Africa. The second phase of this Fair Recruitment Initiative was successfully launched at the global level last year, together with ILO constituents and under the leadership of the ILO Director General. This was followed by equally successful launch in Latin America in the same year. Today, Africa is now taking the lead to mobilize stakeholders and partners to discuss and agree on the way forward to implement the Fair Recruitment Initiative in our region. We can draw from the guidance provided at global level, including ILO's international labor standards and tripartite negotiated guidance, including the general principles and operational guidelines for fair recruitment and the definition of recruitment fees and related costs, negotiated by tripartite experts and endorsed by the ILO's governing body. This ILO guidance, these general principles and operational guidelines, can inform a comprehensive approach to realizing fair recruitment through development, implementation, and enforcement of laws and policies aiming to regulate the recruitment industry, to protect workers' rights, to facilitate employers' labor and hiring needs, and ensure smooth labor market functioning for all. The ILO general principles and operational guidelines and the subsequent definition of what constitute recruitment fees and related costs not to be paid by the worker go a long way in clarifying responsibilities of governments, employers, and labor recruiters, and confirm that a recruitment process for employment abroad includes the facilitation of voluntary return to the country of origin. In today's globalized economy, workers are increasingly looking for job opportunities beyond their home country in search of decent work and better livelihoods. Migrant workers recruited to work overseas are particularly vulnerable. Over the past decades, there has been growing recognition that too often workers and low-skilled workers are subject to unscrupulous recruitment processes, pay huge sums in illegal recruitment fees, and incur other employment condition violations, such as contract substitution. Unfairness in recruitment is often associated with the exacerbation of both vulnerability and decent work deficits in employment. Women migrant workers might be particularly exposed to such risks, including gender-based violence and harassment linked to recruitment processes. The lack of governance within and across borders means many workers fall through the protection safety net, and have difficulty navigating complex contracting arrangements in labor supply chains. This reality is not only unacceptable for workers and employers, but also inefficient for labor market functioning. The high levels of informal employment in Africa and prevalence of the migration first pathway, that is, workers migrate and then search for employment recruitment as opposed to being recruited for a job abroad and then migrating. This means that the recruitment of migrant workers is also largely informal and unregulated. In addition, the global pandemic has raised new challenges in the protection of migrant workers and ensuring fair recruitment practices. Global and African migration policy frameworks have increasingly recognized the evident links between unfair and irregular recruitment processes and the risks of labor exploitation, including forced labor, child labor, trafficking in persons, and debt bondage. And conversely, the positive links between fair recruitment and proper labor market functioning. At a global level, the entire sixth objective of the UN Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration is, and I quote, to facilitate fair and ethical recruitment and safeguard conditions that ensure safety, decent work, end of quote. Progress against this objective and all others of the Global Compact will be reviewed at the upcoming International Migration Review Forum that will take place in May of this year. The promotion of fair recruitment also depends and contributes directly to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Agenda, in particular to the achievement of global goal number 8 on decent work and economic growth, SDG number 10 on reducing inequalities, and on SDG 17 aiming to revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. And I think we have an excellent example of this here with the African Union, with our governments, workers and employers, and others. Recruitment costs are recognized as one of the most critical obstacles to positive migration outcomes, and therefore their measurement is reflected in SDG indicator 10.7.1, which assess recruitment costs as a proportion of a worker's monthly income earned in country of destination. The launch of this Fair Recruitment Initiative Phase 2 in Africa consolidates the ongoing efforts African stakeholders are already committing to promote safe, orderly, and regular migration in the continent. At continental level, the African Union revised migration policy framework for Africa and plan of action offers multiple recommended strategies relevant to ensuring the fair recruitment of migrant workers. Tripartite constituents at regional, sub-regional, and national levels have also provided enormous efforts to launch initiatives. Just to give you a few examples, at the continental level, we have the development of the African Union Declaration on the promotion and protection of the rights of migrant workers. At the sub-regional level, the adoption of the IGAD bilateral labor agreement guidelines, both of which promote fair recruitment principles. At the national level, we've seen efforts to reform and monitor recruitment agency regulations. Workers' organizations have launched the global ITUC recruitment advisor in Kenya and Ghana. The IOE, the International Organization of Employers, has supported efforts to build the capacity of employers' organizations on labor migration, including fair recruitment. The ILO, ladies and gentlemen, welcomes the partnership with the African Union Commission, the IOE and ITUC to jointly promote fair recruitment principles and practices. The ILO thanks SIDA, the government of Sweden, and the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office of the United Kingdom through the Joint Labor Migration Program and regional better migration management projects for their support, including financially, in organizing this launch that gathers in Abidjan tripartite delegations from several countries and online, regional economic communities, as well as partners with promising experiences. We also welcome the participants online, over 1,500 registered who are following via the virtual platform. Welcome wherever you are in the world, Akwaba. We are all gathered here today because we believe that fair and ethical recruitment is a way forward to decent working conditions for migrant workers. We trust that at the end of these 2 days of dialogue, we will increase our knowledge of the Fair Recruitment Initiative, the second phase, and its 4 pillars, our knowledge, and familiarize ourselves with the Fair Recruitment Initiative's Global Knowledge Hub, including tools and practices what it proposes. What can we learn from elsewhere, and what can the world learn from us, from Africa? Most importantly, we seek to trigger the ownership and political will to implement the Fair Recruitment Initiative and promote greater investment in and attention to fair recruitment practices in the region through a political pledge for more action by all partners present here today, and in support of accelerated implementation of related regional, sub-regional, and national action plans. I wish you a fruitful exchange and look forward to the conclusions of this event and the way forward. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peter Van Roy, Deputy Regional Director for Africa. I would like to invite Mr. Mbokazi from the African Union Commission to take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you warm greetings from the African Union, the African Union Commission, Addis Ababa. I feel compelled, Madam Moderator, to share with you that the work that is being done here and the thematic area that is addressed in this meeting is very close to my heart. I have had a privilege to lead the protection of the African Union, the rights of the African Union staff, the protection of their rights, but also to advance the interest of the rights of the African Union staff. As the president of the African Union Staff Association. So I greet all the trade unionists in the house and all the trade unionists online by saying, Viva comrades. Amanda. Comrades, ladies and gentlemen, I take this opportunity also to recognize the presence of the distinguished Minister of Labor of the Republic of Madagascar. I also recognize the distinguished Minister of Labor for the Democratic Federal Republic of Ethiopia, Salam Nasser. I also would like to recognize my colleagues on the high table, Mr. Van Rooyen, who is also the deputy director for ILO, the regional director, but I also would like to recognize the Director General from the Ministry of Employment and Social Protection, Cote d'Ivoire. I would also like to recognize the members of the social dialogue, the trade unions, and the business sector. And we say greetings to you from the African Union Commission. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is the AU's distinct honor and privilege to jointly work with ILO to present this important event, marking the regional launch of Fair Recruitment Initiative for Africa. This event is one of the joint initiatives and activities that the AU and the ILO are jointly implementing under the auspices of AU-ILO a plan for 2021 to 2024. I would like to echo the words that have already been articulated by Mr. Van Rooyen, that in today's global economy, workers are increasingly in search of decent work and better livelihoods beyond their home countries, including African workers. According to the third edition of Labor Migration Statistics Report in Africa, the number of international migrant workers in Africa amount to 14.5 million, according to 2019 statistics. Further, the data for 2019 indicated that 92% of international migrant workers are in sub-Saharan Africa, with 1.2 million in Northern Africa. Your Excellencies, the international law entitles all workers to protection from abuse and exploitation, and in all jurisdictions, with no exception, regardless of the type of work that they perform, whether it takes place in formal and informal sectors of the economy, whether the workers has an established right to work in the country or not. However, despite the existence of international and regional instruments, there are still gaps in protecting the migrant workers at the national level, as laws and standards relating to recruitment often fall short of protecting workers, especially migrant workers. Even when laws exist, implementation of enforcement are often induced by COVID-19 and exacerbated unfair practices in the world of work. Therefore, this ILO and AU initiative to deepen propagation of fair recruitment within the continent, there are a repertoire of labor and employment policy propositions, and that would not have occurred at a timely period. The question is, how do we define this phenomenon? While there is no international agreed definition on the term fair recruitment, it can generally be understood to mean recruitment carried without the law, in line with the international labor standards and with respect to human rights, without discrimination based on gender, ethnicity, national, and legal status. It should be at no cost to workers and should protect them from exploitative situations. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, over the last few decades, the system of recruitment for employment abroad and within Africa has shifted from primary state-driven system to a market-driven system, while the private sector is better equipped to handle the recruitment of tens of thousands of workers. This shift to private market-driven recruitment has given rise to many human and labor rights concerns. At the heart of the market-driven recruitment, the ultimate purpose is profit-driven, is profit-making. The recruitment landscape today in Africa is increasingly becoming complex and involves a wide range of actors, both regulated and unregulated. This inevitably creates precarious conditions in the world of work, which compromises adherence to consistent protection of workers. While in many instances, recruitment is undertaken by public employment service and regulation, in many parts of the continent, however, recruitment is done through private employment agencies, and that is on the rise. While private recruitment agencies can play a positive role in matching supply and demand, there is growing concern about exploitative recruitment practices and unscrupulous employment agencies that are on rampage due to informal labor intermediaries, and other actors operating outside the legal frameworks. These operators of unfair recruitment tend to primarily target low-skilled workers and often place them at the risk of human trafficking and forced labor. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, African migrant women are at a disproportionate risk of facing abuses during recruitment and placement in the countries of origin, transit, and destination. During preparation for departure, women are sometimes detained by recruitment agents for training, after which they may be subjected to financial, physical, sexual, or even psychological abuse. Exploitative fees may be charged by recruiting agents, which sometimes causes women to suffer greater financial hardships and make them more dependent. Excellencies, without a shadow of doubt, this paints a bleak picture about the recruitment landscape. Yet, access to justice and complaints mechanism may be restricted. This means that African governments need to translate international standards into laws, national laws and regulations, and to implement and enforce them effectively. Segments of population, in particular vulnerable situations, including women workers, migrant workers, domestic workers, workers in the informal economy, and others, should be protected with additional protection against abuses. And Your Excellencies, in the spirit of Agenda 2063 and geared towards the Africa we want, the African Union takes this opportunity and seizes the opportunity to proclaim firm commitment to protecting the rights of migrant workers during the migration process, from recruitment, pre-departure, and during the journey and the immediate post-arrival period, throughout their stay and during employment in countries of destination, and upon return or onward movement, and call on all states and regional groupings outside Africa to do the same. I now take this opportunity to wish this meeting a fruitful and productive deliberations. Thank you, Madam Moderator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mokazi. I would like now to give the floor to Mr. Kanga from the government of Cote d'Ivoire to take the floor and officially open the meeting. Monsieur le Directeur.
Madame le ministre du Travail, de
Madam
l'Emploi,
Minister of Labour, Employment, Public Administration of Madagascar,
Mesdames et Messieurs,
ladies and gentlemen,
Monsieur le directeur régional adjoint de l'OIT,
ladies and gentlemen,
Monsieur le chef de division emploi et migration,
Deputy Regional Director for Africa,
Mesdames et Messieurs,
Head of Division, Labour Employment, Health, Humanitarian Affairs and Social Development for the African Union, ladies and gentlemen for the International Trade Union Federation, dear experts representing different countries in this meeting, and experts and advisor for the ILO, dear press representative, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen all. I would like to convey you the greetings of the Minister of Employment and Social Protection, who is on a mission outside the country and entrusted me with the task to represent him in the ceremony. This conference takes place in a hybrid mode to launch the second phase of this Fair Recruitment Initiative.
La conférence hybride relative au lancement de la deuxième phase
This hybrid conference for the launch of this Fair Recruitment Initiative taking place today and tomorrow will draw our attention on one of the most important matters regarding workers today. I would like to greet the organizers of this conference, the African Union, the ILO, the International Organization of Employers, and the International Trade Union Confederation. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, the labor market in Africa is very dynamic, with a major part of informality and multiple actors, such as recruitment agencies within the states and beyond borders. Regulating this market led to the implementation of policies and tools for recruitment. Regarding the Fair Recruitment Initiative, we had to make sure that recruitment at national level and cross-border recruitment relies upon social norms to prevent forced labor, to protect workers against any exploitation, and to reduce the costs of migration. First phase of this initiative enabled us to put in place and to highlight the importance of fair recruitment, to set out new tools and lead new actions to strengthen legislation. However, we know that fair recruitment is still a major challenge for Africa, and it requires many more initiatives. Actually, migrations have become more and more important, which means more and more vulnerability for migrants. So we had to take action to ensure decent work. We had to consider the informal sector and the functioning of the informal sector. We had to consider also the exploitative practices which have a major impact on the career and development of a worker's life. So, ladies and gentlemen, many actions have been carried out at national level, sub-regional and regional level alike. In Côte d'Ivoire, measures have been taken to flanking actions to recruitment agency have been carried out, and we have adopted an integrated national strategy for informal economy. We have launched the ratification of the International Convention on the Protection of the Rights of all migrant workers and their families. At sub-regional level, ECOWAS common approach have been adopted regarding social security in the ECOWAS member states on migrant workers as well. At regional level, the 14 members of the Conference of Social Protection have adopted the Convention on the transferability of workers' rights. All these tools help protect workers' rights, namely migrant workers, in the process of fair recruitment. So we look forward to the second phase of the Fair Recruitment Initiative. The second phase, through the 4 pillars, will enable us to strengthen the activities of the first phase, to reaffirm our commitment towards this important question, and to share experiences, promising experiences, and finally to strengthen our institutions on this matter. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, today's meeting, which is devoted to the experts' work, will enable us to discover many things and to draw inspiration for the future, so that we can set out a roadmap to move forward towards fair recruitment in Africa. An excellent. The proceedings are declared open of this hybrid conference for the launch of the second phase of the Fair Recruitment Initiative in Africa. And I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Kanga.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kanga. Thank you very much for presenting the experiences of Côte d'Ivoire. You have given us an overview of the experiences so we can further delve into the matter of fair recruitment in Africa. I would like to suggest, under the leadership of Mr. Frederick, to go back to your room, or if you wish, you can stay here. We will delve into the definition of fair recruitment and the different tools that have been developed during the first phase. We also we will have a look at the different documents developed by the ILO. I would like to suggest to Mr. Bokazi, Tanga, and Van Roy to maybe leave this room, plus to start the technical session, which will revolve around the definition of fair recruitment and the tools that have been developed. I would like to give the floor to Miriam. So Miriam, the floor is yours. Thank you, Kumba. So now we would like to start the first technical session of this morning. And I'm pleased to give the floor to Mrs. Galotti and Mrs. Lautenschlager, experts in labor migration, specialists at the Migrant branch of the ILO Geneva. They have been working on fair recruitment practices for many years. They are very active. They've been very active in phase 1 of fair recruitment. Now, they will present the results and the expectations for the second phase. So they will speak in English, so I suggest to the French-speaking participants to switch to the French translation. And if you have comments, please feel free to post your comments in the chat box.
Thank you very much, Miriam. My name is Heike Lautenschläger. It's a real pleasure to be here with you virtually. And a big hello to the colleagues in Abidjan and to everyone joining us online. I'm here with my colleague Maria Galotti, and we will be sharing the presentation to you today. To start off our day of discussion amongst the experts working on fair recruitment in the Africa region, we wanted to give you an overall presentation, which has 3 goals we'd like to achieve. We'd like to give you an overview of why fair recruitment matters. We'd like to discuss some of the challenges that we are trying to address, as well as the benefits that we stand to gain if we achieve fair recruitment. We'd like to provide you with some context-specific information on labour migration and fair recruitment in Africa. And we'd also like to give you a general sense of the 4 pillars of the Fair Recruitment Initiative Phase 2, so that in your deliberations today, later this afternoon, you can look at what are the relevant priorities for your region and how you can make the Fair Recruitment Initiative Africa strategy meet your needs. If I could move to the next slide, please, Maria. I'd like to start our day with looking really at what do we mean when we use the term fair recruitment. First of all, when we talk about fair recruitment, we're referring to the hiring of both national and migrant workers. So workers can be recruited nationally. They can also be recruited internationally across borders. The recruitment process consists of several elements. First of all is the selection of the worker by the recruiter and the employer and the advertisement for the position. It's their travel and transportation from their home place to their place of employment, which may or may not involve crossing a border. It's their placement into employment. And in the case of the migrant worker, it's also their return to their country of origin. The diagram on the right of your screen gives a sense that this process is not straightforward nor linear. The worker can engage with several recruiters and pass through several administrative processes as well. So, what makes this process fair? As Mr. Sabello was already referring earlier today, it's fair when the actors in the recruitment process abide by the national laws, when the workers' human and labour rights are protected, when there's no discrimination in terms of age or nationality or gender during the process. It's also fair to the employer when they can hire the skills they need and the talents they need in a fair and efficient manner. And finally, a fair process means that the worker is protected from abusive situations, does not pay any fees along the way, and ends up in a situation of decent work. And also that the job aligns with the job that was offered at the beginning. I'd like to take a human-centered approach on the next slide, please, Maria, and look at an example of some testimonies of workers who were recruited fairly. The situation is from another region, from the Nepal-Jordan corridor, but I think it's a good reflection of how workers feel when they are recruited fairly and transparently. And it's an example that we can reflect on as to how we can replicate it in the Africa region. The women were recruited under the ILO Fair Recruitment Initiative pilot in Nepal into the garment sector in Jordan. The full experience is documented in an 8-minute video that you can watch at a later stage. You can see from their testimonies, I've put some of their quotes on the screen, that for them, fair recruitment meant the following. They understood the terms of their employment, including the salary they were due, overtime payments they would be paid, and the requirements of their job. They access skills training that helped them to succeed in the job that they were hired for. They did not pay any fees during their recruitment process. Since we applied from the start until we started working, we haven't paid a rupee, any money, to anybody. And finally, they ended up in the job that had been offered to them. So I'd like you we'd like to just take this human-centered approach as to what fair recruitment means to a worker. And the example is taken from the Nepal-Jordan corridor work that we implemented under the FAIR project funded by the Swiss Development Corporation. And lessons learned from this project can be applied to other fair recruitment initiatives across the globe. Okay, so now that we understand what it means for a worker to be fairly recruited, we can have a look at the next slide and see who are the actors that are involved in the recruitment process. We use the general term labor recruiter to refer to a number of actors that are involved in the process. So we count here the public employment services, those who may be doing the recruitment themselves, or they may be responsible for regulating the actions of the private employment agencies. We refer also to the private employment agencies themselves, those who are running a business, providing recruitment and intermediation services. We also count the sub-agents, and these may be registered and working together with private employment agencies to reach workers at local levels with the right information. But these sub-agents may also be unregistered or informal. They could include family, friends, social networks, loose connections, etc. As you can see, the term labor recruiter does take many forms, and they can operate for profit or non-profit, and they can also operate within or outside the national legal framework. We also use the term employer to mean the person or entity, an individual or a business that engages the employees or the workers, either directly or indirectly. We define a number of important terms that we use in the Fair Recruitment Initiative in the ILO General Principles and Guidance that you can refer to later on. Just to give also an overview of how these labor recruiters can be regulated. So a piece of legislation, such as a labor code or a recruitment-specific piece of legislation, or trafficking in persons legislation, or a labor migration law, can provide the legal framework that regulates private employment agencies and other labor recruiters. Within that legal framework, when that is in place, there are different ways that the private employment agencies can be accompanied or regulated. It can be a simple process of business registration, as any other business would register at the national level. And that would be a process where there is minimal oversight over the business functioning. There can be licensing arrangements with certain conditions stipulating when and if a license can be issued, and also the threat of withdrawal of the license when the conditions are not being abided by. And thirdly, a complementary way to regulate the industry is industry self-regulation through voluntary codes of conduct that are issued by the private recruitment agency industry bodies. And they act as a way to professionalize the industry. An important element of what we will be discussing today is, of course, that we need to have the regulations in place, but we also need to be able to enforce them. And there are also a number of actors involved in the enforcement of regulation. First one I want to mention is the labor inspectorates, who can act on two fronts. They can inspect the recruitment agencies to ensure that they're adhering to the licensing conditions and acting in accordance with the regulations set. And secondly, during employment, inspectors can visit the workplaces to check for compliance with employment and working conditions, among which they can also ask questions about how the worker was recruited. Other actors might be involved or not, depending on the nature of any irregularity found. This includes police, immigration authorities, tax authorities, etc. But we recommend that the role is well defined of these authorities, and that certainly in the case of immigration authorities, there should be separation between labor inspectors who check for compliance and employment and working conditions, and also have obligations to protect the rights of those workers in an irregular status. So now that we have established our basic definition of what is recruitment, looked at what it means for the worker, and also looked at who is involved in this entire process, I'd like to hand over to Maria, who will give an overview of what are the benefits of fair recruitment and what are the challenges we still need to be addressing. Thank you, Maria.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Heike. Thank you to everybody for having us here. Let me, go into some of the specific of what are the benefits from fair recruitment. You have highlighted the human nature, the human-centered approach to fair recruitment, as well as the complex nature of recruitment. So why do we need fair recruitment? What are the benefits and for whom? Obviously, I mean, fair recruitment brings many benefits for all the actors involved. It brings benefits for workers, providing them with more guarantees to be recruited into decent work through a transparent process with access to reliable information about the process and the condition of work in which they will end up. In addition, of course, you know, workers who are fairly recruited would not find themselves in situation of recruitment debts, and ultimately they would see the risk of being vulnerable to exploitation and abuse much reduced. Secondly, of course, fair recruitment benefits employers. Employers who would be able to hire the right person for the job with the right set of skills, and hence increase productivities and diminish or increase staff retention. And they will also rely on a more transparent and regulated process and more professionalized recruitment industry. Finally, of course, fair recruitment would bring benefits to governments in terms of enabling labor market functioning, enhance regulatory clarity, comply with their obligation to protect workers, and foster the development potential of migration. These are just some of the many benefits, but you, to see them all realized, we have many challenges to overcome. And in these coming 2 days, we will see how the Fair Recruitment Initiative strategy in Africa can bring this vision to reality, and with required engagement of all partners in the world of work. Let me go into next slide. So why we saw that the benefits are clear for fair recruitment. We know that the situation remains complex, and that COVID-19 has brought even further complexity and changing the landscape even again. Let me then try to highlight some of the most salient implications which we have observed through a series of rapid assessment on how COVID-19 has impacted the recruitment practices and landscape. Obviously, COVID-19 has had implication, most immediate implication in terms of stopping or delaying recruitment. These, with the closure of border and limitation to mobility of workers, these left thousands of workers in a limbo, and often with debts already due to job losses and due to the fact that they had advance payments or recruitment fees for the recruitment cost for the recruitment process. The pandemic also eroded labor rights and working conditions and enhanced the risk of recruitment abuses for workers. The impact of COVID-19 was not only on workers, it was, it put the recruitment industry under great pressure, making even higher the competition from unscrupulous actors who often offer irregular or illegal pathways to overcome restriction or mobility restrictions. Clearly, this also posed serious difficulties for employers who relied heavily on migrant workforce. And finally, it created additional challenges to effective government oversight and regulation. It might be worth highlighting that although COVID-19 exposed these challenges, these were in many cases pre-existing challenges linked to the poor regulation and governance of recruitment practices and of recruitment processes. So I am going to give the floor back to Heike to bring us an overview of the situation globally and in Africa in particular. Back to you, Heike.
Thank you very much, Maria. So we wanted to look a little bit at the statistics of labor migration and migrant workers in Africa. Of course, globally, we have 169 million migrant workers. according to the ILO estimates on migrant workers that were released in 2021. This means migrant workers constitute about 5% of the global workforce, and 70 million of those are women. Africa hosts about almost 14 million migrant workers, of which almost 5 million are women. And when we look at actual statistics on interregional migration, we see that this is the dominant trend in Africa still. So if we look at UNDESA data, which counts international migrants, so not only those who are working, but everyone who changed their country of residence in the past year, 80% of those are from within Africa. However, over the past decade, we have been seeing the emerging trend in migration toward the Arab states. And it's particular in that movement also that we've seen the privatization of recruitment agencies, as Mr. Mbokazi was referencing to in his opening remarks. If we go to the next slide, in 2021, we released a report that does examine the state of play in the recruitment of migrant workers into and from Africa. It's available to you in English and French. The report does demonstrate, unfortunately, that various forms of unfairness in recruitment are visible and widespread in Africa. By unfairness, we do mean that the recruitment process is linked to deceptive practices, there's coercion, there's abuse, there's discriminatory practices, there's payment of fees, and so on. So these are the challenges that Maria was referencing earlier that we do need to address in Africa. As referenced by Peter Van Rooij in his opening remarks, our DRD, the prevailing model of labor migration is the migration first pathway. So workers migrate in search of employment. They may join a family member or friend and then link up with a labor recruiter. So both the recruitment and often the sector in which they are employed is informal, which brings along additional regulatory channels. In other corridors, such as toward the Arab states, the prevailing model is the employment first pathway. So the worker is recruited first and then embarks on their migration journey. One positive is that the report did include 13 countries as case studies who've taken measures to improve recruitment processes. And you'll hear about some of these promising practices in the next session. So we hear about some of the things that are working and some of the approaches that have been tried and tested in Africa. If I could have the next slide, the report does pull together some key conclusions, and I'd encourage you to reflect on those conclusions in your afternoon session on group work to help you delineate what solutions are relevant for the Africa region to ensure that the recruitment process for the workers is fairer. So the first broad conclusion is that we should mainstream fair recruitment international policies that are developed through tripartite consultations. And there's various strategies to do so. So first, there is developing and implementation of labor migration policies. Second, there is the building of institutional capacity, human, financial, and institutional capacity, so that we close the gap between policy on paper and its implementation in practice. A further recommendation is to support the organization of migrant workers. And finally, to include the social partners in policy discussions. Both the workers and the employers' organizations do have a significant role to play to ensure that the right regulatory framework is in place and responds to the actual labor market needs. The second broad conclusion is that to protect workers is the need to protect workers that are placed through private employment agencies, including through effective labor inspection. I've already mentioned some of the approaches to take here, but it would include the regulation and monitoring of the private employment agencies. It would include devising strategies around regulating informal recruiters or sub-agents to lift them out of informality. The conducting of due diligence between employers and the recruitment agencies that they engage with. And finally, it includes the elimination of recruitment fees and costs paid by the worker, which can negatively impact them by leading them into situations of debt bondage and forced labor. And the very final suggestion to reflect on as well is to address misleading propaganda around fair recruitment or misleading job advertisements that would trick workers into being hired for jobs that do not actually exist or jobs that do not correspond with the employment contract. So these are a few thoughts for you to take on for this afternoon. And I'll hand back to Maria to give an overview of the ILO approach on fair recruitment before we conclude. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Heike, for giving this context on the Africa region. And let me just then offer a short overview of the broad array of ILO instruments and tools that are at our disposal to address some of the challenges that you have described. Let me start, of course, with the international labor standards. As you know, recruitment of workers is a matter that pertains to the world of work, and it's therefore core to the ILO mandate and hence covered by a number of ILO international legal instruments or international labor standards, which take the forms of convention or recommendation. I'll just mention here a few, which include specific provision on the recruitment of migrant workers. Starting with the Private Employment Agency Convention, Convention 181, which recognize the role of private employment agencies and the need to protect workers. And it establishes the principle that workers should not pay any fees for recruitment. The ILO Migration for Employment Instruments, Convention 97 and 143, outline further guidance. Convention 97 stipulates that each member state must ensure adequate services to assist migrants for employment. Convention 143 is intended to combat migration in abusive conditions and to promote equality of opportunity and treatment for migrant workers, including those in irregular migration situation. Finally, I'd like also to mention the Forced Labor Protocol adopted in 2014, which is particularly relevant as the elimination of forced labor is one of the fundamental principles and rights at work. In addition to this wide reference and extensive reference to fair recruitment in the body of international labor standards, the ILO governing body in 2013 identified the need for further and detailed guidance on recruitment. And as a result of this, the ILO organized in 2016 and 2018 a tripartite meetings of experts to negotiate a text that would be then later becoming the ILO general principles and operational guidance for recruitment and the definition of recruitment fees and related costs. The principle and guidelines are intended to cover the recruitment of all workers and cover all sectors of the economy, including migrant workers, whether recruited directly by employers or through intermediaries. They make a distinction between general principles, which are intended to orient implementation at all levels and by all actors, and the operational guidelines, which address the responsibility of specific actors in the recruitment process, such as governments, enterprises, and labor recruiters. The general principle have then been accompanied by a complementary definition of recruitment fees and related costs that recognize the principle that all workers should not be charged directly or indirectly, in whole or in part, any fees or related costs, and they provide detailed guidance on what such costs entail. To date, these two documents read together constitute the most comprehensive global guidance on fair recruitment as they were negotiated by the tripartite expert and further adopted by the ILO governing body. So by all the tripartite delegation constituents to the ILO. So with a view to operationalize these instruments and guidance on the ground, the ILO works in this area is developed within the framework of the Fair Recruitment Initiative, which we are now today here to launch in Africa. The Fair Recruitment Initiative, it's an office-wide multi-stakeholder strategy that was first adopted in 2014, and then with a second phase launch for 2021-25. The Fair Recruitment Initiative aims to ensure that recruitment practices nationally and across borders are grounded on labor standards developed through social dialogue and ensure gender equality. We heard about the specific vulnerability of women migrant workers in recruitment before. Specifically, they aim at recruitment practices that are transparent, efficiently regulated, monitored, enforced, and that they protect all workers' rights, including fundamental principles and rights at work, and prevent human trafficking and forced labor. Also, they envisage practices that efficiently inform and respond to employment policy and labor market needs, including for recovery and resilience. The initiative is developed around 4 main pillars. And these pillars are, the first pillar is on enhancing, exchanging, and disseminating knowledge on the subject. The second one is improving laws, policy, and enforcement to promote fair recruitment. And the third one is on promoting fair business practices. And the fourth one is on empowering and protecting workers. Let me just go very quickly through the 4 pillars and explain a few of the targets that have been identified at the global level. As in the next 2 days, we will be looking how in Africa these targets can be adapted and to the national and regional realities. So under the pillar 1, the one on exchanging and enhancing and disseminating knowledge, I just want to mention the Knowledge Hub that will be launched tomorrow, which is part of the strategy to indeed deepen and share global and regional and national knowledge on the subject. We also aim, or under the strategy, we envisage the production of thematic and sectorial studies and the production of relevant data on the subject. And here, let me just mention the SDG 10.71 indicator on reducing recruitment, eliminating recruitment costs. We aim at promoting advocacy and promoting of relevant standards at global and regional level, enhancing capacity of constituents to training and capacity building, and engaging with the media to report fairly on the subject. Under pillar 2, which is about promoting improvement of laws, policy, and enforcement on recruitment, the ILO is providing technical assistance to countries to review, develop, and implement relevant legislation, improve the enforcement mechanism, include the fair recruitment in bilateral agreements, and promote very needed bipartite and tripartite dialogue on recruitment. And this is a critical feature of the ILO approach to fair recruitment, as again, you know, this is a matter that pertains to the world of work, and it deserves the participation of the real actors of the world of work, the social partners. Of course, you know, we promote ratification of relevant conventions. Under pillar 3, which is about promoting fair recruitment practices, the initiatives engage with a variety of network and increases with the aim also to increase business and employers organization awareness and access to knowledge, guidance, and specific tools, supporting, for example, the development of due diligence tools to identify recruitment-related abuses, including on small and medium enterprises. And of course, the strategy envisages to engage with private recruitment agencies and public employment services to support with the relevant tools, knowledge, and awareness. And then finally, on the fourth pillar, which is about empowering and protecting workers, the strategy seeks to increase workers' organization awareness, access to knowledge, guidance, and tools to increase representation of migrant workers among their members, and on the other hand, to promote and support and advance fair recruitment through the support of trade unions. It also seeks to support workers' access to reliable information about their rights and obligations, and expand, extend, and enhance access to justice mechanisms. So I think I will stop here my presentation in the interest of time. Just allow me to remind you that we will share the presentation as we go after this meeting, and it contains a couple of additional slides with relevant links, resources, and achievement of the Fair Recruitment Initiative in the its current phase. I'll stop here. I'll give the floor back to you, Miriam, and I will stop sharing my screen now.
Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you so much, Heike, for this very informative and clear presentation. I think it's really set clearly what are the challenges related to fair recruitment, and also practically also what has been done this last year to ensuring as much as possible that fair recruitment might happen. And we also see from your presentation that there is an interest for all actors. So that was very clear in your presentation. I think also, and I really encourage participants, that the report on Africa on fair recruitment as very interesting and very practical information. So you have in the chat for the participants online the link directly to this report. It's available in English and in French. Please go see it, download it to have more information coming from different practices around the region. Kumba, I give you the floor to see if in the room you might have maybe 2 questions for our expert, and then we will also later on check maybe some of the comments in the chat. Over to you, Kumba.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much to our 2 colleagues for the presentation. It helped us to shed the light on what we refer to as fair recruitment. And the next step will be then to understand what the strategy for Africa would be. So as you said, I would like to open the floor. We have the possibility to take 2 questions for clarification, suggestions, or comments from here, Abidjan, before we move on to also participants online. So I would like to call on you if you have anything to share at this moment about the presentation made by our colleagues. I look at my colleagues here in the room. 2 questions, comments. Okay, we have one here. Can I suggest to have another question from a woman? I wouldn't want to force. I'll give time. By the time Miriam, shall I give the floor to Mr. Bokazi to ask his question by the time we get the second question?
Excellent. Please, yes, Kumba, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have the floor, Mr. Bokazi.
Kumba, sorry, we don't hear on our side the question.
Okay, perhaps I can use this one. Thank you very much, colleagues. for the insightful presentations where we have gone into definition of the fair recruitment, but also you've gone on to mention the frameworks that guide the work on fair recruitment. My question is around what is available in terms of enforcement, but also the recourse of possible victims of unfair recruitment. Is there any possibility of maybe prosecution of the perpetrators? So what is the state of play around prosecution? Because I think if there's no prosecution, this practice, illicit practice, may go on and on, because people know that there's no accountability, there's no recourse, and there's nothing that will happen to them, and then it will go on and on. So that's the question: what is available for the victims of unfair labor recruitment? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbokazi. I'll turn to the audience to see whether there is a second question. If not, yes, I see one in French, I assume. So let me give you the floor. Please say your name when you take the floor so that we know who you are.
Je vous remercie, Kumba.
I thank you so much, Kumba. I am Ms. Makura Natumnekta. I'd like to approach a question possibly in line with what the previous speakers said, vis-a-vis the possible prosecution in case of violation with regard to women, for instance, a phenomenon which keeps on and on. When a woman finds a job, and sometimes when there are two women to be chosen, one, let's say, is physically more fit, so to speak, and she's going to have more opportunities. No interest whatsoever in their mental potential, knowledge, etc. We have enterprises or recruitment agencies which recruit cab drivers, and they do prefer young boys vis-a-vis young women, although they do have a driver's license. They're fully appropriate for the job. That's the problem, discrimination. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Mariam, for the two questions.
Thank you very much, Kumba. So you see, Heike Maria, that a lot of questions, mainly on access to justice and remedies that might exist for migrant workers. And so I will maybe give you the floor, or maybe let me do something. Let me first give you some time to prepare your answer and give the floor to Charles, so he can also provide some information on what we have seen, what were the questions in the chat. Over to you, Charles.
Thank you, Miriam. We've been receiving a lot of comments, remarks, and questions in the chat. So thank you to everyone who's been listening and participating so actively. I've selected a couple of remarks and questions, and Heike and Maria, feel free to address those that you feel are most relevant. Dr. Hilar Ado, who is a professor in Ghana, has been telling us in the chat that a lot of laws already exist in Africa. So maybe the challenge isn't so much in new legislation rather than implementation and regulation of practices. So you might want to say a word about this. From Benin, Laure Adukonu of the Employers Federation is asking how we can factor in the question of informality A lot of what you have said maybe applies quite nicely to formal employment, but as she has said in the chat, Africa is a lot about informal economy. And how can we make sure there is fair recruitment in this context? One last question on a topic that we didn't necessarily touch upon that much, from a colleague from the ILO office in Abuja working on workers' activities in Diolata, Shinyangarara. What is the role of labor inspection with regards to fair recruitment? Do we have any good practices that we can share on this topic? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Heike, Maria. Looking at the time, we still have, I would say, 8 minutes maximum to answer to all the questions you get, both from the room in Abidjan and on the chat. I don't know who wants to take the floor first. Heike, is it fine with you?
Maria, do you want to go first?
Yep. Sure. Okay. Yeah. I'll try to go first. I mean, clearly, many questions. Thank you very much. I think, some of them will be also answered in the course of these two days. You've pointing at a few really key matters: implementation, enforceability, the role of labor inspection, and most importantly, access to justice in general terms, and informality. Sure. I mean, the issue of informality in Africa is obviously, very prominent issue. The general principle and guidelines of the ILO applies to recruitment, whether it's done by formal or informal recruiters. But of course, the challenges are obvious, when it comes to bring informal recruiters into the regulatory system, if you wish. We also feel that promoting fair recruitment would have an impact on the informality of work, because indeed promoting formal recruitment processes would ultimately enhance the chances for workers to get into more regulated and decent work opportunities. The issue of enforcement is clearly a critical issue that is central to the Fair Recruitment Initiative. And indeed, I mean, you will see that one of the thematic area of focus that has been selected is the issue of access to justice and the role of labor inspectorates. There was a question about whether we have practices on labor inspection. And indeed, we are about to publish a technical brief on the role of labor inspectorates on recruitment, which include 5 or 6 practices that countries have taken to enhance the role of labor inspectorates with regards of recruitment practices. It should be noted that in many countries, labor inspectorates do not have the mandate to inspect recruitment agencies. And when they do have the mandate to inspect recruitment agencies, as Convention 181 foresees, they might lack the capacity to do so, or the instruments to do so. So in the ILO, we are working on a set of training materials and practical guidance, which can be used to support the role of labor inspectorates in inspecting private recruitment agencies, but also detecting recruitment-related abuses when they inspect workplaces. So both the countries of origin and destination. We will soon publish this technical brief and organize under the Knowledge Hub an event in which we will invite labor inspectorates to discuss their challenges, indeed related to recruitment practices. Then I think I'll turn to Heike, especially with regards to the question around access to justice, because we do have some examples to share in this area.
Thank you very much, Maria. I wanted to touch on a couple of points just before coming on the access to justice. One point to make just on the international labor standards and improvement of regulatory frameworks is, of course, the ratification of Convention 181 and the alignment of national laws with that convention. And also, I'd like to mention that there is also ILO Convention 96, which is the fee charging employment agencies convention, which will actually be abrogated shortly. So countries that have ratified 96, and there are quite a number in Africa that have done so, can move toward ratification of Convention 181. As Convention 96 is no longer an up-to-date standard according to our standard review mechanism. So I think that is one point that will also improve regulations to be up to date with the most, to be in line with the most up-to-date ILO standards. On the question on what is available in terms of enforcement and recourse, I think there's different elements here to consider. One is to consider whether the violation was a civil violation and can be dealt with through an administrative charge. One such example might be the overcharging of recruitment fees as a civil violation. It can be dealt with through repayment of recruitment fees by the employer or the recruitment agency to the worker. And it's often dealt with either bilaterally. So there's a mediator. Sometimes the labor attaches of the countries of origin engage as a mediator to resolve such a complaint, or it can go through the civil courts. For example, in one example I can take from Hong Kong, a lot of the cases of repayment of recruitment fees go through a small claims tribunal. So it's not a heavy court case, it's a small civil claim to get the money back to the worker. But of course, there is also a possibility of dealing directly with this with the employer. Then there's also a question of whether a criminal offense has occurred, which of course is much more serious and needs to be dealt with appropriately by involving the relevant authorities. As I'd mentioned earlier, the police and the judicial system would be involved here. And we do have examples of cases of recruitment and employment violations going through the criminal courts. The difficulty with those is that they can take many years to resolve, and the worker might not be able to wait so long for a resolution. They'd like to return home, or they'd like to continue working and earning money. So one solution that we have been piloting is access to justice upon return home. So again, this is in the Philippines, Hong Kong corridor. We've been working on actually pursuing cases when the worker has returned home in the Hong Kong courts. And this actually, here COVID has supported us in making use of visual video testimony, which before was not possible at all. So that is an innovation that a slight positive spin of COVID-19 in terms of using technology. So the worker can return home and pursue their case from home, and they can continue to work at home, and they can be with their family while their case is being pursued. So yeah, what's the recourse? There are civil penalties and these criminal pursuits. Another challenge, which I must of course mention, is that we need to test cases through we need to see what avenues are available to pursue cases and then test them to create precedent. One important thing as well is that there is often also a labor tribunal in a country. And this is another avenue that can be pursued to bring forward cases when workers have had their employment rights violated. Civil society and the unions can play a really important role in terms of linking the worker with these kind of channels. Another avenue I'd like to talk about in terms of enforcement and recourse is also, let's say if we talk about a carrot and stick approach, is what are the incentives for private employment agencies, labor recruiters to align with the national law? What are some positive incentives that we can create as well? And there are examples where private recruitment agency associations have set up codes of conduct They monitor the recruitment agency compliance with the code of conduct. And then those who do well, those agencies who do well in line with the code of conduct, get publicity, get visibility via the industry websites or the government websites. And in the case of one country that I'm familiar with, the Philippines, when recruitment agencies perform well, they get positive publicity, and rather than having to renew their license every year, they might renew their license every 3 years. So there's some administrative ease on them for having performed well. Yeah, I think this is what I'd like to say. There are those enforcement mechanisms we have, but there are also positive incentives that can be put in place. I'll stop there, Miriam. I'm conscious of time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heike. I mean, I know it is challenging to answer to all the questions in less than 10 minutes. And thank you very much, Maria and Heike, for doing so and providing additional information, very useful also from other part of the world. I think that is very much appreciated by participants. I'm turning to Kumba. I don't know, Kumba, if you, yes, I see you. So I think we will move now to the second part of this meeting. So on our side, we prepared online a short exercise for participants, but maybe Kumba, you might want to say words, because on your side, you will maybe take a few break. So over to you, Kumba.
We will take a break, because that's always a bit of a difficulty to start the first day of a meeting. So we'll take a break. We'll try to come back in 20 minutes. Some participants who will stay in the room might want to follow the Slido, because this is important. This is a Slido that cater for, reflecting on the priorities for the regional strategy, which we'll do in the afternoon. So we have the choice. We really invite you to get out of the room and go out and socialize a little bit for 20 minutes while we leave you, Mariam, to your Slido, and we'll flow from here. Okay.
Thank you so much, Kumba. All clear on my side. I, of course, welcome participants in Abidjan if they want to do as well the Slido, but otherwise, let me explain now to our participants online what is this next step. So we prepared with Charles a series of questions.
So we let them continue, because we have the 100 and more participants online, and they will not stay in the afternoon.
Sorry, thank you for that. So as I said, we prepared with Charles a series of questions for you to answer. So how you do that now? It's very easy. I'm kindly asking Marion from my team on my side if she can put a link in the chat. Thank you so much, Marion. So this is a link on which you can click, and you will have access to a survey, an online survey, or you can also use, I don't know if you see it, a phone. And basically, I would start sharing my screen now. And you can, I'm just asking, Charles, do you see my screen?
Yes, I can see your screen.
Okay. So on the screen, normally, you should be able to see a QR code. So you can scan the QR code, or you can also join at slido.com. And there is a code to enter. It's #FRA. So Fair Recruitment Initiative. So you can use the link in the chat box that Marion just posted, or you can, with your phone or with the tablet or any other device, scan the QR code or join directly at slido.com, #FRI. Donc, je vais juste le répéter également en français, même si je sais que les interprètes l'ont aussi expliqué.
I explain again in French. With Charles, we have prepared a small survey with a few questions with priorities. Priorities in your opinion. You may click on the link there on the chat box. You can use your cell phone. You scan the QR code on the screen, or just connect directly on slido.com and or #FRI. I think you see the very first question on the screen. We start, from which country are you joining us? Just write the country where you come from. from which country you follow us and you are joining us. And the more people will answer the same name of the country, the more or the bigger the characters on the screen. Charles, now you have the floor because it is you who will facilitate this session and interpret answers from our participants. So next question, tell me when. Thank you very much. Yes, just wait for the answers, you see. Very strong presence from our friends from Nigeria, Tunisia, Lesotho, number of participants outside Africa, Germany, France, Belgium, which shows the interest for these themes. It's quite important. Some participants may have had difficulties. Someone from Senegal, Somalia, Togo, Morocco, kind of diverse range. Egypt as well, Jordan. That's very good. Now, next question, possibly Miriam, because we would like to get to know each other better. We would like to know now, which type of organization do you represent? Do you work in governmental organizations, employees organizations, private agencies, employment agencies? Maybe you're other actors in the same private sector, possibly reporters, journalists, the world of academic. Do not hesitate and tell us which is your organization. So we see lots of participants from the international organization, but we'll still wait for a little while. I would like to add for all those who have had problems in using Slido, yes, do not hesitate and tell us everything or answer in the chat box. If it is better for us, we're going to, of course, also look at your answers there. Quite a well-balanced kind of participation. We have representatives of governments.
On a aussi des représentants d'organisations.
Some ministries. We also have representatives of international organizations. I told you is International Organization for Migration. So we have international development agencies, of course, and a number of representatives from workers, unions, and employers organizations. I had seen previously in your questions that there are people who work in universities, so faculty in general. Therefore, that's very good. Let's continue with the questions now that we've got to know each other better. The objective for us is this, through this collective, let's say, exercise, we would like to verify what's your general knowledge on the initiative, your strategy. So the third question is, are you familiar with the Fair Recruitment Initiative? Did you know it or not? If you had the time to talk about it, is this, well, something, well, you heard the name, well,
Est-ce que vous êtes déjà bien au courant des experts du recrutement équitable ou peut-être est-ce que vous avez déjà participé à l'initiative pour le recrutement équitable lors de la première phase? Alors, c'est intéressant dans les réponses. On voit
that's
que
interesting in the answers. Very few people, someone among you never heard about the Fair Recruitment Initiative and concept. And yeah, we are very, very happy that this is the case because we are able to disseminate information on this initiative, and I hope to convince all of you about its importance. And majority of participants, half of participants actually, have heard about this fair recruitment, but they actually don't really know what it's all about. This is interesting because it shows us that this initiative has to gain momentum also in terms of dissemination. We are very happy to have all of you with us because we'll certainly able to improve the overall knowledge. There are a few participants who, in fact, are familiar with this initiative, 1/3 of participants, and we have the possibility to have participants who are very familiar with the initiative because they already participated in one event. And now priorities for Africa. You can only choose one answer. We are asking you to kind of put into priority list what is, in your opinion, the most important. As Maria did in her presentation, there are four main pillars today. One pillar refers to knowledge. Improve knowledge, diffuse it better. Another question on laws. More laws, better enforcement of the law. Third pillar, in fact, refers to the business practices, so the promotion of fair business practices. Fourth pillar, this is the issue of how to protect workers. We would like to know, you can choose just one pillar. So, which is, in your opinion, the pillar which in the African context, in your country, what in your opinion is priority number one? Do we need more knowledge? So it involves research, a role of journalists, role of the press or media, a dissemination of tools, training. Is it the matter relating to laws and their enforcement? Is it the role of the enterprises, or possibly we can think of situation of the workers? I'm looking at the chat, and pillar number 2 seems to be really a priority. In the Slido, by the way, we have more people thinking on how to protect workers, empower and protecting workers. And this may mean better represent migrant workers within trade unions. Kind of well balanced between and among these pillars, quite interesting. And maybe let's look at pillar by pillar. What is more interesting? This is a little exercise among us. We're going to share the conclusions with the various colleagues who are actually working on these themes. So we're going to review every single pillar. I'm going to explain what they contain, and we ask you to tell us what's more important. Pillar number 1, as I said, relating to knowledge, enhancing, exchanging knowledge, which means research, which means directives and tools or guidance or recommendations or identification and promotion of the standards or innovations that are kind of unique, pioneering initiatives, or training, education, capacity building. It is also how to refer to the public in general. I'm asking you to select among these answers the most important one in your opinion. We see in the very first answers there is a priority, and it's training, capacity building. So first of all, more people should be equipped with more tools on these issues. So more training, more capacity building initiatives. We see that the question relating to the public, general public, it's also very important. The promotion of a pilot initiative, kind of difficult as exercise. We tell you to just answer with one element, but it's very important to see what is going on actually. Very important. Training, capacity building, one of the priority. Now let's move on, Miriam, because we have to stick to the time.
Pilier numéro 2. Le pilier numéro 2, il s'intéresse à la question législative.
Now we go to pillar 2, which is about the laws, policies, and enforcement. The national laws and mechanisms for control on fair recruitment. We talked about bilateral agreements. Maybe it is important to increase bilateral agreements to regulate labor matters, or it is important to better engage workers and employers, organization, and social dialogue. This dialogue could be either bipartite or tripartite, or it is important to increase ratifications of the international labor standards on labor and employment. Let's see what we get. Well, we see that there is a trend coming out linked to your national context with different concerns. So this pillar is about different problems. We see in Slido the issue of control and the enforcement system, and the role of bipartite, tripartite social dialogue with workers and employers organizations. Most of you mentioned social dialogue, and 1/5 of respondents mentioned increased bilateral agreements, labor agreements. Therefore, it is important to foster dialogue, follow-up, and bilateral labor agreements between countries. Thank you very much for actively participating in this survey. And here we are with a third pillar about business practices. So increased awareness and access to knowledge for businesses and employers about fair recruitment and improved due diligence, and the increased awareness for private recruitment agencies. So awareness raising towards private recruitment agencies. Again, I leave you respond to this pillar. As for pillar 1, we have clear-cut answers when it comes to choose 1, 2, or 3. Due diligence is maybe less important for some of you, as long as businesses and employers can access knowledge, which is a major priority. And the private recruitment agencies is also a main concern when it comes to provide well-functioning recruitment system. Then we have another 2 questions left. Pillar 4, about the workers, empowering and protecting workers. Do you think that trade unions should increase representation of migrant workers? Do you think migrant workers are fairly represented by these organizations? So workers' organizations should focus on the promotion of fair recruitment and promote awareness raising and information. So do you think workers are provided with information about their rights and obligations in recruitment, including information on access to justice and remedies? Or do you think that access to compensation for workers should be improved through company union grievance mechanisms and social dialogue? Here on Slido, there's this there's this need for workers to be informed about their rights and obligations in recruitment. So raise awareness among workers for them to be well aware of the rights and obligations. So this is a priority for most of you. And I see on the chat box that many of you have stressed that many times. It is also important to improve activities and workers' rights promotion and access to remedies, legal remedies and compensations. Now we shift to the third question, which considers the expectations, your expectations vis-a-vis the third phase, or the second phase, sorry. So are you looking for information tools in different languages to raise awareness about the Fair Recruitment Initiative in the local language? Or do you need support or guidance and material, or you want to build up a national and regional stakeholder networks? After this session, we will look at the charters and conduct codes, because these mechanisms will be very important in the future. There's Convention 181, so maybe ratification is key to promote fair recruitment.
Alors, je vais commenter cette dernière réponse et peut-être aussi laisser Maria et Heike, si elles le souhaitent, qui sont vraiment impliquées dans la mise en œuvre de cette initiative, nous dire.
Also, I like to hear from Maria or Heike. We mentioned Pillar 1, and there is also training, which is a major issue. It is very nice if we can share in the chat any useful idea on training. And also, it is important to look at setting up of national and regional stakeholder networks to push on fair recruitment. And in the chat, I see that it is important to develop and disseminate training materials available to the large audience. Well, I don't want to linger too much on this. Well, we do not want to make a hierarchy of the various pillars because they are intertwined. But maybe you can tell us how this can help and foster the implementation of the initiative.
Thank you. Thank you very much to you and to all who have participated to this exercise, which is very interesting for us. I think, you know, as it's just the beginning of a number of sessions that will help us also translate a global strategy into a regional strategy that takes into account, of course, the context of the region and the countries within the region. So this is indeed very much in line with the global strategy, but it already gives us a sense of the flavor of the needs that our participants see within the context of the continent. I just wanted to note a couple of things. You know, I mean, I noted networks, training, tools. I'm very happy that this is seems to go in along the lines of the strategy that we are putting forward, and builds on a number of tools and training and networks that already exist and that we want to enhance and extend over the next few years. You mentioned the ITC ILO training course. We have had training for the last 5 years, I think, on fair recruitment. We will have another training in the fall on fair recruitment, which we encourage you all to explore and attend, participate to. We have a training manual both online and an interactive version that is available in several languages. We have a specific tools for media engagement on fair recruitment and forced labor. And the knowledge hub that we will launch tomorrow goes in the direction of building networks. So I think, building networks, meaning, allowing or creating that space for you to exchange among each other, because in many cases, the ILO is here to facilitate really the exchange among those who know better, how things work on the ground. And I think this is, the most practical type of learning and exchanging that one can promote, when you put in contact experts from different regions, different countries that face similar challenges and might have, come out with practical solutions. So I just wanted perhaps to point at those things, and very much look forward to the working sessions of this afternoon and tomorrow to develop a strategy or identify priorities for the continent. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. And the chat has been full of answers, so it's been very active, but I want to say to the participants that we are posting a number of resources in the chat, so keep an eye on that. Maria has referenced trainings, material that already exists and that maybe you are not aware of, so we will put the links in the chat. Thank you very much for participating in this exercise. It was very interesting for us to look at your answers. And now I give the floor back to Myriam.
Merci beaucoup, Charles, pour ta facilitation.
Thank you very much, Charles, for your support in moderating this slide. I'm sure that there is a lot of useful information that we will post on the chat. There is a lot to do during the second phase to provide an orientation guidelines for the future. But before switching to the last part of today's meeting, we wait for our colleagues in Abidjan to reconvene after the break. And we also need a health break to have a coffee, do some stretching, replying to emails in our mailbox. So before going to the last part of our meeting, I would like to invite you to take a short break, 10 minutes. I see that the following panelists are already online. I'm not going to introduce them now, but I would like to thank them for being on time. So 5 minutes break. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. I hope you enjoyed your coffee or your tea and a little bit of chat. The 2 days are too intense, so we didn't have the time to do the presentation. So we invite you really during the coffee break to kind of introduce yourself to the other colleagues. Anglophones, make sure you know some French word before you leave, and vice versa. I think it's more difficult for the Anglophones to pick up some French words, but we are in Côte d'Ivoire. So we ask you to also make sure that you get a bit of Côte d'Ivoire and from our hosts here before you leave. This session that we are just starting is, I think, for me, the long of the agenda, as I call it. It's whereby this morning you heard about the Fair Recruitment Initiative, phase 1, what we have achieved, some of the challenges. In particular, this morning we asked a question about women migrant workers, how they are dealt with in the recruitment process. Maybe more experiences will be shared from countries as to how they dealt with that particular issue. Now we're gonna have a marathon of experiences. It's really to show you the wealth of experiences that Africa has. And it's based on the report that my colleague talked about, that I also invite you to go through and read, because this is quite interesting. It's the Africa report on fair recruitment. So we are not supposed to be having, let's say, questions about the experiences. It's just for you to show what countries are doing. And there are more. If you want to share experience for the online participants, and Miriam will highlight that, you can use a chat. And we will alternate from presentation from Abidjan to presentation online. So that's the plan. We have requested not to have PowerPoint presentation because we want it to be a conversation about what countries have done. So what the experience is about, okay? What have been the impact and the benefit of that experience, either in protecting the right of the migrant worker or advancing fair recruitment within the industry? Is it a replicable experience? Because most of the time we talk about experiences which are one single ones, and then we don't know whether we can scale up. And then finally, what is your call for action, which give us a forward-looking kind of perspective from your presentation? I'm saying that because, and I'm directing it to the speakers, okay? So that they are really stick to the 5 to 7 minutes of experience to give us a wealth of what they have at stake. And if we need more information, we still have 2 days. We have the possibility to link up directly to learn more about it. And the reports, the ILO reports and the knowledge hub that we'll learn from will be also an occasion to see all those experiences. I really call on your indulgence if we have to cut you after the 5-7 minutes, because we want to have as many experiences as possible. So I've given some of the instructions. As you can see it in the agenda, we have a number of experiences. We start with Madagascar in Abidjan here in the room. So I would like to start by giving the floor to I would like to give the floor to Madame Razaka Boana, Directrice Générale du Travail et des Lois Sociales from Madagascar, who will talk about the legislative reforms and all the experiences that Madagascar has come up with to make the recruitment of workers fair and more transparent, and to ensure that the rights of the migrant workers are protected along the process. So you have from 5 to 7 minutes. We hear you, and then the next one will be with Miriam, which will be the experience of Uganda. You have the floor, madame.
Merci, merci Kumba de m'avoir donné la parole.
Thank you, Kumba, for giving me the floor. I'll be short and stick to the time allotted to me. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers for setting up this meeting and all those who worked with me for the launching of this initiative for fair recruitment in Abidjan. Well, I would like to speak about the legislative reform in Madagascar regarding fair migration for Malagasy workers. It's important to stress that we are facing many problems, especially for migrant women in the some migration corridors. But we have put in place some legislative reform to foster fair recruitment. Allow me to give you an overview and setting the scene for Madagascar. So transnational labor migration speeded up in the 90s. New destination countries appeared. For example, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Lebanon, and the Indian Ocean countries such as Seychelles, but also Canada, France, and other African countries. Between 2006 and 2012, thousands of migrant workers were registered. In 2013. Malagasy workers were about 230,000 people. These figures must be considered with prudently because there are also regular migration. So in the same year, 2013, Madagascar is among the 39 migration countries. So what are the solutions to be found to illegal migration? So the government ratified 6 international conventions in 2019 about the migrant workers, Convention 143, Convention 180 on private agencies, and Convention 189 on domestic workers, and Protocol 29.
Besides the possibility of harmonizing national laws with regard to the provisions of these conventions, the ratification of 2019 allowed Madagascar the implementation of several actions aiming at promoting the principles of fair recruitment. These actions have been undertaken with the Reframe project, which is the initiative for fair recruitment of the ILO. For example, the government reformed the labor code, the current code, which is still valid of 2004, has not taken into account the right of migrant workers. Following the reform of this labor code, which in principle should be approved by the parliament by the end of this year,
The code will allow to provide a safe and fair recruitment for our workers. The ministers involved with this topic have been submitted to capacity building on these topics and on the definition of fees and cost of recruitment. This allowed a better coordination, a better management in terms with regard to recruitment. With our experience, in order to strengthen governance of migration and promote fair recruitment, information points have been set up in the different regions, those from where migrant workers are most numerous in the northern region of Madagascar in particular. These information points are proximity services where official situation information are delivered, and on recruitment as well. They're accessible to everybody and allowed to fight against illegal recruiters, provide safe information on safety on young people and women, and to fight against the irregularities, exploitation, and abuses. In order to better protect migrant workers, a practical guide for fair recruitment and regular migration practices has been drafted and disseminated since December 2020. The drafting of this guide was the result of a cooperation between our government and the ILO Reframe project. With regard to the procedure, a procedure has been drafted on the departure of migrant workers from the country. Specialized the promotion of fair recruitment and the fight against human trafficking. I'm sorry, but the voice of the speaker goes on and off. The forced labor and fair recruitment has been disseminated by the media in order to raise the awareness on this topic. To identify the priority of the government on governance, meetings has been organized with the project on the management of migration, with the SAM project, which is also, ILO is also a member. This is what has been done by the Madagascar government. These are promising experiences thanks to the continuous and ongoing cooperation at international regional level and with the cooperation of the ILO. And we are available to work with all the countries who are affected by the labor migration. And so we are willing to share our experience and listen to the experience of others. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for keeping the time and sticking to the key information. Thank you very much. I think you have given us the picture of the size of the holistic approach that should be taken in the governance of labor migration and the importance of fair recruitment within this governance. You talked about the ratification of certain conventions. You talked about the capacity building, which is very important for the different stakeholders, of the tools that you implemented. So it will be interesting to read these guides that you have drafted and the manual of procedures. Now, very important, the role of the media. The media is definitely a pillar of the initiative as well. What is the role of the media in order to disseminate in a clear way the risks of exploitation, as well as strengthen the positive aspects of migration when it is well organized, and the dialogue you set up with other very interesting stakeholders. And if we will need additional information on your experience, we're going to call on you. And now, Miriam, I would like to give you the floor for the next experience from Uganda, I think.
Do you hear me well? I would say, I would hope so.
We hear you very well.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think indeed it's quite interesting. The next host and the next panelist is coming, as you mentioned at the beginning, from Uganda. And I see she put a camera on. Good day, Miss Kaungi Rona. It's a pleasure to see you back. So Rona, she will share with us the experience from the Uganda Association of External Recruitment Agencies. So I think it's very interesting also to hear from the voice of recruitment agency what they have piloted. So Rona, I leave you the floor without further ado. I remember you that you have a maximum of 7 minutes. So I know it's quite a challenging exercise. Good luck with that. But the floor is yours, and thank you again to be with us today. You're still on mute.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miriam. Greetings from Uganda. I'm Rona from Uganda Association of External Recruitment Agencies. Our experience has been in implementing the initiatives and the phases. We look at the multi-stakeholder.
Sorry, Rhoda, I would just cut you 2 seconds. Sorry to interrupt you, because we just see half of you. So if you can, yes, that's already better.
That's better?
It's a little bit better, yeah.
Can't see the whole. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Our experience in implementing the initiatives, we look at the multi-stakeholder involved in the practitioners. For example, we have the families, the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the pre-departure training centers, the actual private recruitment companies who are members of the association, the civil society organizations, the media, social media platforms, trade unions, international organizations, Ministry of Education, and many other stakeholders. In practice, when all these are involved in the recruitment process, we ensure that fair recruitment initiatives are implemented. However, in practice, migrant worker and the employer are the most important people that need to be supported to respect the contract of employment. Everyone might play their part, but as long as the employer and the migrant worker do not have a working relationship, it becomes very, very difficult to fulfill, even when others have played their role in the implementation of the fair recruitment practices. So we look forward that the support for the employer and the migrant worker are able to be trained, information provided on international standards and protection of human rights, so that the migrant worker is able to complete the contract in a peaceful environment. And in case of any breach, there are provision for redress. In practice, the recruitment processes the private recruitment companies go through, such as job sourcing, job approval by government, job advertisement, interviews that are conducted, candidates are cleared for certificate of good conduct, undergoing training and medical checks, successful candidates given a clearance to travel, work visa issued by the embassies, migrant workers undergoing pre-departure medical before travel abroad to ensure that they are healthy, candidates undergoing medical checks on arrival of the destination country. The impact of benefits of migrant workers on the recruitment sector. The fair recruitment practices puts in place protection of all the job categories to have equal opportunities, respect for human rights without discrimination, empowered with knowledge and skills during the pre-departure orientation and training to enable them cope and complete their contracts in the destination country, improved incomes and standards of living and support for their families, skills transfer, knowledge transfer, technology transfer. However, the migrant workers When they travel, they are separated from their families, and therefore they experience a lot of family breakdowns in case they overstay in the destination countries. There are those who have been unable to cope with the culture shocks despite the pre-departure orientation training. The benefits to the recruitment industry: increased global knowledge on national and international recruitment practices, that is better laws, policies, and enforcement mechanisms that reduce human trafficking and irregular migration, employment opportunities abroad to destination countries, remittances, employment at home, revenue generation for government, non-tax revenue, up and downstream multipliers, fighting poverty and creating wealth for Ugandans, aligned with the Uganda Vision 2040 that aims at transforming the Ugandan society from a peasant to a modern, prosperous society. The negative impact is that the tedious recruitment processes that must be observed may lead to delay to place workers abroad who may end up in the hands of illegal recruiters. There was a question, is the model replicable or scalable? It is replicable and scalable as long as there are available resources and trained manpower to support the fair recruitment process in place. Our call for action on the recruitment fees and related costs. The principles should be widely discussed and understood in both sending and destination countries. For example, the employer pays principle, which is a good practice, is not understood, and the domestic workers are seen as being sold. ILO and IOM provide opportunities to support government to enable dialogue between the sending and receiving countries during negotiation for bilateral agreements. For example, a call for protection of private recruitment companies that are arrested and investigated using the Anti-Trafficking Act when the breach of contracts is in the destination country. More funding for ethical recruitment in the country to disseminate the good practices. For example, media stories are mostly negative. Thus, there is need to boost successful stories. That's what I have for now.
Thank you. Thank you so
Miriam.
much. Thank you so much, Mona, for sharing your experience. And I think we also see clearly from your intervention how the importance as well of pre-departure training and how it is beneficial as well to protect migrant workers. And I think I hear you as well, Claire, on the benefit as well for the country of origin itself to promote fair recruitment and how it can also benefit to the development of the country. And you also highly mention that funds are needed and resources are needed to make that possible into practice. So thank you very much for that. I would give you back the floor, Kumba, because I think the next intervention is on your side from Nigeria. Back to you, Kumba.
Thank you very much, Miriam, and I would
so
like to thank our friend and colleague, Rona. She should have been with us today, but we have had the delegation, so very happy to see that she was able to do the presentation, and thank her very much for her call for action that resonate very well with us in terms of more resources and also the collaboration between countries of origin and countries of destination. Now I would like to move to Nigeria, whereby we'll be listening to how Nigeria and the industry have been working on a code of conduct, which is one of the means this morning that the colleagues talked about on regulation, self-regulation, if I understand well. So I'll give you the floor to take the floor. Yes, please.
Good day, everyone. I'm Mrs. Williams from Nigeria. I thank you for giving us the opportunity to be part of this program on fair recruitment initiative too. and to present to you development of code of conduct of recruitment agencies in Nigeria. Nigeria has really done enough in the area of fair recruitment, which we feel that is yielding. So prior to 2011, the proliferation of unlicensed private employment agencies and the challenges of cutting or wholesome activities was of serious concern to Nigerian government. Intending migrants were grossly abused by unscrupulous PEAs through unethical recruitment practices, such as luring victims through false promises, demand for high commission causing indebtedness, false documentation, unwarranted killings, forced labor, psychological traumas, etc. Realizing that malpractices occur more often during the recruitment process than in any other human resource practice, and bearing in mind that regulation of recruitment is the gateway to decent and productive employment, the Nigerian government took concrete measures to entrench fair recruitment practices among licensed private employment agencies. In 2011, the government of Nigeria, in collaboration with International Labour Organization, ILO, Human Capital Providers Association of Nigeria, HICAPAN, and Nigeria Employers Consultative Association, NECA, developed a code of conduct for private employment agencies. The code of conduct was reviewed in November 2021 to incorporate additional strategies that promote decent work for migrant workers in the post-COVID era. The purpose of the code of conduct is to instill confidence and sanity in the industry and to position PEAs to embrace fair recruitment practices and become better service providers to migrant workers. The code of conduct describes the business ethics expectations placed upon the actors in the industry. It stipulates the expected behavior and conduct using 6 values, which underpin the profession: integrity, dignity, responsibility, fairness, justice, and care. The code represents long tradition of the organized private sector in fostering corporate ethics and best practices. Following the adoption and implementation of Code of Conduct, licensed PPAs in Nigeria currently embrace and apply the fundamental principles and rights at work. This includes respect for and protection of the right to freedom of association and collective bargaining. PEAs are no longer opposed to unionization of their employees. Further, the Human Capital Providers Association of Nigeria, HICAPAN, which is the umbrella association of licensed private employment agencies, have applied the government to be registered as a trade union of employers. In a similar vein, workers recruited by PEAs have also applied to be registered as a trade union of workers, in sharp contrast with past aversion to unionism. As a result of this code of conduct developed by Federal Ministry of Labor and Employment and PEAs, ensure that workers have a written contract of employment interpreted in language they understand, specifying the terms and conditions of employment, and these workers are informed of their conditions of employment before beginning of their assignment. Following the adoption of Code of Conduct, recruited workers now go through pre-departure orientation seminars at migrant resource centers where engagement contracts are clearly explained to them prior to departure from Nigeria. This has no doubt reduced the incidence of recruitment by fraud, coercion, and misrepresentation. The Code of Conduct has facilitated extension of social security to outsourced employees as PEAs are now compelled to ensure that their outsourced employees participate in the contributing pension scheme and health insurance scheme to promote and ensure universal coverage of social security. So is the model replicable? Yes. Code of conduct for PEAs in Nigeria, in our own opinion, is replicable because we feel that the standard is practicable, which is recommended for replication in all African member countries, because realizing that management of human resource is universal. African nations have cross-cutting culture. If code of conduct model of Nigeria, which we believe to be very effective, is duplicated, it will enhance decent work agenda in the world of work. Bearing in mind that migrant workers are among the most vulnerable categories of workers and that malpractices occur more often during recruitment process than in any other human resource practices, Nigeria call on AU member countries to integrate the general principles and operational guidelines for fair recruitment into all facets of human resource practices. In face of dwindling world economy, member states are called to recognize self-regulation as the best form of regulation and to take measures to facilitate the development and implementation of a code of conduct for all players in the recruitment industry. We also call on all governments to integrate the fundamental principles and rights at work into guidelines through conditions for licensing of private employment agencies, as is currently being done in Nigeria. In this regard, we just launched a standard operation procedure for international placement, where the relevant stakeholders come together to work together, like relevant stakeholders such as LAPTIV, Nigeria Immigration, Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Labor, Justice. They work together to ensure that workers that are going abroad are being protected. We further call on all governments to review their national employment and migration policies to ensure that costs associated with recruitment are borne by employers and not directly or indirectly or wholly or in parts passed by recruiters to job seekers. In Nigeria, the guidelines for recruitment into employment goes a step further by stating that job seekers shall not be required to deposit any sum of money into any bank account or by scratch card to enable them access web portal for purpose of downloading application forms or submitting some. It is gratifying to inform you that Nigeria is ready to ratify Convention 181 of Private Employment Agencies Convention and the Convention 142, 143 of migrant workers. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can clap because it's the last statement is an important one for the ratification on 181 and 143. Indeed, the level of ratification of the labor migration related conventions is very low in Africa. So if one country is offering to ratify it, it pleases us a lot. And now, of course, with the ILO support, we will be looking forward to supporting you in that process. Thank you very much. I just pick up one word. I mean, very interesting, self-regulation, either way to regulate. That's what you say. So it's important. And that also the code of conduct in Nigeria seems to be very attractive, with very concrete impact in the industry and in the protection of the rights of migrant workers. You mentioned something that we have not talked about. It is a portability of social protection that was introduced as well. So it's quite interesting to see that it has also allowed that. So we'll be looking forward to learning more about it. Thank you very much. Myriam, you have the floor for the next one from Madagascar.
Merci, Kumba. Et du coup, je vais passer en français. Merci.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, and thank you. Very good, the work done by Nigeria for their presentation and for the future ratification of these conventions. As we said in the chat box, we are lucky enough to have with us the Senamama Association. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. We have with us Miriam Rararilantozoa. Did I say it correctly? I hope so. You are still mute. You have to switch on your mic. You have to turn on the mic, please, Mrs. Miriam. Can you hear me now? Yes. Thank you very much for being with us today. And I give you the floor so you can talk to us about your practice, which is very interesting in Madagascar. You have about 7 minutes maximum. Give you the floor now. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me the floor. I'm representative of the Organization of Domestic Workers in Madagascar. We established our trade union in 2019, thanks with the International Federation of Domestic Workers, where our members are domestic workers, migrant workers returning to the country. And so following what we experienced abroad and with domestic workers of other nationalities, this pushed us to establish our own trade union. Most of domestic workers are abused and exploited. And in Lebanon, I had a very good employer, and he helped a lot, and this was I was able to help other domestic workers, and I was able to participate to meetings and activities defending the rights of domestic workers in Lebanon. When I returned, to Madagascar, the Federation of the Trade Unions for Domestic Workers contacted me to join them. And since migration is suspended in Madagascar, we dedicate our awareness raising activity among internal domestic workers, and we share our experience with those who wanted to migrate in hope of have a better life and working in the better possible conditions. The existence of a trade union and its vocation is to protect domestic workers. With regard to the International Federation of Domestic Workers, such initiative is very useful. We are experiencing that with internal domestic workers in Madagascar. So sharing the foreign experience is very useful. Internal domestic workers are familiarizing with the laws and are ready to move on forward. Many young people were not convinced that we were going to have a trade union for domestic workers. But since domestic workers are not considered as workers with regard to even in my country, so we are going to fight against this misconception. I hope that internal domestic workers will become just like all other workers. They will have rights to medical and medical assistance, social security, and also for migrant workers who are at the mercy of their employers and they cannot benefit from their rights. We launch an appeal to affirm the cooperation with other states, states of migration, trade unions, and recruitment agencies for a better follow-up of migrant workers. Thank you very much for your attention. As Madagascar ratified Convention 189 in 2019, we are asking for the enforcement in Madagascar. Thank you very much of your attention, and see you soon. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Raya, for your presentation. In the chat
box,
there are participants thanking you.
In fact, thank you.
And saying
your
that
experience is especially interesting. It's an inspiration. So actually, it's really inspiring. It's really interesting as an experience. It's very interesting to see how you were able to organize a very difficult sector. You said they don't have always the same right and same access to rights. And so it's inspiring to see to what extent you were able to receive the support from other trade unions, namely in the country of destination, and how you today thanks to your intervention, which is in fact referring to the migrant workers' rights, you are able to organize domestic workers inside, within Madagascar, and that's truly and really a memorable and interesting experience. Again, I say congratulations and many thanks to you for that experience. You were able to touch our public and enabled us all to get to know of a remarkable experience. For all the information, well, more information is available within the ILO website, and I invite you to, in fact, refer to this link. Thank you again for your intervention, and Kumba, I give you the floor.
Thanks, Maria. Thanks for it's Ida. I just had to pop out. Thank you very much for sharing your experience from Madagascar. It's very interesting and enlightening, and congratulations. So secondly, now we will move on to the Ministry of Labor and Skills from Ethiopia. I'll give the floor to Meselic. Over to you, Meselic.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to share the experience of Ethiopia on labor migration. And also, as you know, that Ethiopia is the second populous country in Africa after Nigeria. And also Ethiopia is a source, transit, and destination country for a mixed migration in the Horn of Africa. And also we are the second largest refugee hosting country in Africa, and most of the refugees are from East Africa regions. So based on this one, the government of Ethiopia is facilitating the labor migration by establishing different policies, legislations, and create employment opportunities in the country as well as abroad. Migration governance policies are essentially centered on guaranteeing the protection of migrant workers. So, therefore, the promotion of fair recruitment and reducing recruitment fees and related costs is priority for the government. The promotion of fair recruitment and reducing recruitment fees and related costs is a priority, and also the government is ratified the Convention 181, and based on that, also the implementation proclamation was developed, Proclamation 923, 2016, and also it was, and also the latest, the Proclamation 1246, 2021 was already developed, and it is a working document. And also bilateral agreements has been done with 4 countries, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Qatar, Jordan, and UAE. And also there are on the pipeline with 3 countries, with Kuwait, Bahrain, and Oman. We are already negotiated to protect the migrant workers from abuse and different payments of fees and other things. So the government is doing on this one. And also the promotion and safeguarding of the rights of migrant workers all stages, the migration process should not be governed by the government only. So the private employment agencies are key stakeholders to help them and to capacitate them. The government with the Ministry of Labor and Skills with ILO guided the Overseas Employment Federation to develop the code of conduct, and this code of conduct was developed based on the ILO Convention 181 and also other general principles of ILO, and also based on the proclamations 923, 2016, and 1246, 2021. So this code of conduct also generally principles and operational guidance of fair recruitment is included in it. Based on this, also the government of Ethiopia is giving pre-departure orientation for the migrant workers, because they have to know what kind of laws and regulations are there, what kind of payments should they pay, and how they are going to protect their rights and obligations. So in this case, we are giving them pre-departure orientation. And also they have to be, to get a skill and get competency from the competency center. And also after that, they can go and work what is needed from them. This is the one we are working on it. And also the code of conduct was further adopted to build credibility of private employment agencies and also business operating, transport business operating procedures of code of conduct that ensure ethical recruitment practices also in the country. To monitor, evaluate, and recruitment practices of PAE, the ministry is coordinating with ILO, the federation, developed self-assessment to know how they are operating the recruitment systems and all follow up on the migrant workers also. This assessment has 4 pillars, namely the policy, human resource, procedures, and accountability, provided specific and measurable indicators to get from it and give them further strengthening their power, how to manage the labor migration with the government together. So in this case, the code of conduct also provides accountability, provides specific and measurable things. By saying this one, what have been in impact and benefit the migrant workers and the recruitment industry should do. So even though the government is responsible for the regulating and monitoring the recruitment, private employment agencies can also be part and parcel of that one and should work with the government. The development of voluntary code of conduct for private employment agencies promote fair recruitment in line with international standards and national laws, and the code of conduct will increase transparency, recruitment of process, generally lower recruitment costs, and ensure improved protection of migrant workers. And also the code of conduct can promote accountability, will build credibility of private employment agencies among the migrant workers, and this will reduce recruitment fees and migrant workers and migrant rights related in forced labor. Furthermore, adoption of this code of conduct can be done or can be followed. We have 750 private employment agencies. These agencies should work according to the code of conduct, and also the proclamation 923. In 923, it is written that any licensed private employment agency should bring their code of recruitment document. Otherwise, they can't be work as a private employment agencies without submitting the the fair recruitment documents. So this is one we are doing on that, and the government also doing to regulate and monitoring the private employment agencies by sudden inspection, regular inspection, and other things also. For more, the adoption of the code of conduct by the Ethiopian overseas private employment agencies and federations that brings together the private employment agencies to work hardly on this code of conduct. The code of conduct will raise the standards and ensure the industry is consulted when additional standards be planned and worked professionally, transparency, accountability, integrity, and credibility in the recruitment industry. This is our all duty to work on that one. In case of the code of conduct endorsed by private employment agencies and also federation can further replicated in the agencies, through agencies, these 750 agencies. Also, the code of conduct currently limited, the overseas private employment agencies can also be replicable private employment agencies facilitating employment opportunity within the country. In the future, what should be done? In this case, all stakeholders have a role to promote fair recruitment in line with the general principles and operational guidance for fair recruitment and the definition of the recruitment fees and related costs, and emanate the strategy we are here to launch also. The government should strengthen existing legislative and regulatory frameworks every time, because migration is dynamic, every time it changes, and the recruitment and also the abusing method is always changing every time. So we have to see and update our proclamation also. It is necessary in case of this one. We have to work hardly on that. Also, employers and recruit processes must abide to the international standards and the national legislations. And also they have to work on this, stick on the standards of ILO, and also they have to work on that. Trade unions must involve in the development of different policies related to recruitment procedures and ensure the interests and voices of migrant workers are addressed. They should activate, promote, support, and advance the fair recruitment agenda in cooperation with the civil society organizations, with the relevant stakeholders, with the government, and also so on. The Ethiopian experience is this one. Thank you for giving me the time to share my experience.
Thank you very much, Ethiopia, for sharing your experience in the whole migration development, but also more specifically in the code of conduct for overseas employment. Congratulations, of course, in ratifying Convention 181, which is a big step forward in terms of promoting fair recruitment practices in the country. But more importantly, I think one thing you have said, which is critical, is the need to engage all actors. In terms of trade union, to engage them more actively in the policy development, but also implementation, so that the voices of the migrants and workers in general are well addressed, but also the employers and the private employment agencies and the recruiters to make sure that they are abiding by the national laws, but as well as the international labor standards. And as you rightly said, migration is dynamic, hence the need to continuously revise the legislative framework in the country is quite critical. And once again, I would like to congratulate you on the steps the government have taken to support the private employment agency develop their code of conduct, but as well as self-assessment to see if they are operating in line with the national legislation and the international labor standards. I thank you again. This being said, Miriam, over to you, my dear.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Aida, and great to see you as well there. We will now move to the next practice from coming from CFAR. But before giving the floor to CFAR, just to say that I actually even received comment in the chat, because it seems that they're really looking forward hearing from the CIFAR experience. So some participants were very anxious to making sure that you were taking the floor. But Fiona, if you don't mind, I just would like to give a minute the floor to Charles for commenting on some feedback we received in the chat.
Yes, thank you, Miriam. I'll be very quick, but I thought it would be interesting to share a comment from one of the participants from Nigeria, Eustace Imoyera James, who works with the Nigeria Labour Congress trade union in Nigeria, telling us that trade unions affiliated with the Nigeria Labour Congress and also in the public sector have been carrying out campaigns on fair recruitment in Nigeria. That's quite interesting. It goes back to our earlier discussion about Pillar 1 and making sure that the general public is informed about fair recruitment. Furthermore, the trade union, Nigeria Labour Congress, and its affiliates have been doing capacity building of workers on issues of fair recruitment. And they've recently entered into a memorandum of understanding with an umbrella body of private employment agencies to promote fair recruitment, notably in the context of COVID-19 and the post-pandemic. Thanks very much, Eustace, for sharing this experience in the chat. And to all the other participants, don't hesitate to tell us about what you're doing on fair recruitment in your country. We'll say a word about it. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Charles. And it's my pleasure now to welcome Ms. Fiona Hatton, Director from CIFAR. She is also one of the founding director of the CIFAR Ethical Recruitment Agency. And we are very happy to have her with us today and to hear more about the experience from CIFAR. So Fiona, without further ado, I give you the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me here today. It's been very insightful listening to so many of you talk over the last couple of hours. CIFAR has been working with vulnerable populations for a number of years in some of the world's most challenging environments. And during our work in places like Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, India, and Nigeria, we noticed that both companies and workers were frustrated by problems in labor recruitment. Companies told us that migrant workers were unprepared and unqualified, documents were incorrect, and recruiters were not delivering or following the law. Meanwhile, workers told us that recruiters were charging them enormous fees, often lied to them about their job. They felt unsafe in many workplaces, were not allowed to take leave, and had little to no access to any type of support whilst overseas. So the Ethical Recruitment Agency, TERRA for short, was launched in 2018 by CIFAR to solve these problems through ethical recruitment. Its mission is to help workers benefit from migration while staying safe from exploitation. We operate a not-for-profit model based on the Dakar principles. And in the last 2 years, we've received funding from both the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation and the Global Fund to End Modern Slavery. Our flagship recruitment hub is based in Uttar Pradesh in India. So TERRA is driven to provide customers with top quality workers who are genuinely excited to come and work for them. We are working with leading brands and their suppliers to meet their urgent workforce needs. But of course, and critically, we are ensuring that there are zero recruitment fees, no passports are retained, contracts are verified, that accurate worker data is kept and maintained. There's full worker preparation and full compliance with national laws. Right now, TERRA provides a route for both candidates and clients to hire and be hired ethically to projects in the Gulf. The process starts early with both workers and clients. With workers, we begin their training well in advance of any deployment. They're fully briefed on their contracts, supported in opening bank accounts, ensured access to work placement counselors at every step of the recruitment journey, and of course have continued access whilst they're overseas. With clients, the process also begins far in advance of any worker being placed by Terra. We review all company operating procedures, health and safety practices. We ensure things like annual leave entitlements are in place, fair wages, and that flights home are provided at least once per year. We also check that there is safe accommodation available and access to healthcare. Right now, we have contracts with companies such as Qatar Airlines, Fly Dubai, and events such as the FIFA World Cup 2022, which will be held in Qatar. The roles we are recruiting for include hotel housekeepers, baggage handlers, cleaning and waiting staff, and ticket handlers. We've found that many companies in the Gulf are extremely keen to operate ethically, but they've struggled to justify that in the past due to their unethical competition. With the help of Terra, we hope that they will continue to move towards ethics being at the heart of their recruitment. And in doing so, those agencies and companies who are not so focused on ethics will be squeezed out of the market. Beyond placing workers, Terra is focused on improving the models of other agencies and organizations. We want to help drive the Terra model into other organizations, and we're more than happy to work with clients and even competing organizations to help them develop ethical solutions. For example, we've been working with Coca-Cola to enhance their ethical recruitment practices in both Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Of course, as ever, the journey has not been without many challenges. At times, it has felt like slow progress was being made, but Terra is continuing to prove that operating ethically is of great benefit to companies as well as workers. Right now, whilst we're committed to placing workers from India safely into the Gulf, the plan is to have Terra offices in major migrant locations in East and West Africa, where CFAR has a long working presence. We're in talks with funders at the moment to begin operations in Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire, with the goal of placing 7,000 workers into the Gulf over 12 months from both of these countries. We're also exploring options with European governments to leverage Terra as part of voluntary return programs from Europe. I'll share the link with both CFAR and Terra's websites in the comments if you'd like to have a further look. I'll look out for any questions, and I'm very happy for anybody to contact me if you have any follow-up questions. But thank you for listening, and thank you inviting me today to talk to you just a little bit about the Ethical Recruitment Agency. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shana. It's again, it's very inspiring as well to listen to you and to listen to the great work already you accomplished. And I would just remember, I think kept from what you just say, something which I found particularly interesting, which is showing that doing ethical fair recruitment is also good for business, and it brings great opportunities as well for enterprise and companies. So I think this is something which is quite important, as of course I assume as challenge, but also as a kind of mindset and key points to highlight to the clients. And I also see from your presentation and your speech that you are accompanying migrant workers throughout the recruitment, but even beyond recruitment and throughout the migration cycle, which I think it's very important, showing how the role, of also accompanying them throughout the process and not just necessarily stopping at the recruitment as such. So thank you so much for sharing the Terra experience, and glad to see that you are in a way also moving to operate in Africa, in Cote d'Ivoire and Nigeria, if I well understood. Please share your contact and any more information in the chat. I'm quite sure that participants really looking forward knowing more about the work you're doing and maybe even contacting you if possible. So thank you again for being with us today. And without further ado, I give back the floor, Ida, to you. And we will, if I'm not mistaken, hearing from Tunisia. Ida, I give you the floor.
Thanks a lot, Mariam. Yes, it was very interesting to hear the CFAR. I think most countries will be interested to see how we can engage, as sometimes it's challenging to regulate the agencies in terms of ethical recruitment. This being said, I'm sorry, my French is very limited, so I'll continue to speak in English, but I'll give the floor to Tunisia to share their experience. Over to you, Tunisia. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous.
So good morning, dear brothers and sisters. It's a pleasure for me to take part in the launch of this new initiative for fair recruitment. And I represent here the Union of Tunisian Union. We have adopted a strategic choice relating to the migration issue, the protection and defense of the rights of migrants. For this reason, it created a new department under the aegis of a Deputy General Secretary responsible for migration of Tunisian citizens abroad. This approach is based on an undeniable belief, based on the principles of our trade union organization, based on the protection and the defense of fundamental rights of the workers against any abuse or racism, human trafficking, harassment, and so on and so forth. So our organization actively participated since 2014 to the implementation of a union network for the migration in the sub-Saharan countries of the Mediterranean Sea, in order to promote the migrant rights in the Mediterranean space and in the sub-Saharan countries. This network is formed by 24 unions belonging to 14 countries gathered around a basic principle, that is the need to develop concerted, coordinated approaches in order to express union solidarity, harmonizing interventions of the unions in the field. Furthermore, the specific support was given to us by the ILO in the framework of the FAR project for the implementation of migrant areas and focal points in the regional structures of the UGTT. Currently, we have 6 migrant spaces already installed in the region, so whose migration density is quite relevant. Such spaces provide help, guidance, support, and direct support to migrants from all nationals, and they'll be multiplied as a function of the growth in number of such migrants. At the same time, the regional unit of our union have created small offices for specific assistance. Since 2013, the UGT in Tunisia established a partnership agreement with INCAR, the CIGIL, the Italian Union, and the Union of Agricultures of Italy and Tunisia, in order to solve problems of the families of Tunisian migrant workers and also Italians established in Tunisia. in several different small cities in Tunisia. Well, they welcome over 1,500 Tunisian workers and families, and over 500 Italians already established in Tunisia. They provide assistance services for the retirement purposes, family benefits, visa, family reunion, and so on and so forth. And also they intervene with regard to the Italians in order to transfer retirement pensions. Moreover, we organize workshops together, and also to try and improve the exchanges between the Italian and the Tunisian culture. We try and support all of these activities for all these Tunisian worker categories and Italian activities, and starting from this year, improve the scope of activities to Tunisian and French workers in Tunisia. Since December 2020, our workers may enter one of the most important unions in the country and benefit of all union rights applied to Tunisian workers, which means that such intervention is given to all workers, also to the advantage and the benefit of migrant workers. Of course, a lot has still to be done and should be done in terms of inclusion of employers, organizations, and the government. Finally, I would like to welcome you on behalf of our Secretary General, Mr. Tapao, as well as the new team which is managing the whole organization. And I wish a successful and fruitful day for all of us, so that we are able to contribute to protect the rights of the workers and preserve and safeguard the dignity of all workers. And hopefully we are able to really create a just and fair recruitment process. Thank you.
Many thanks for Tunisia Union to share their experience. Extremely impressive, actually. They're doing quite a lot in terms of the protection of the right of migrant workers. I think to state a few, the migration space is, I think, a good example that can be replicated elsewhere, where they can provide assistance and supervision, and of course provide direct support for migrants. I think one thing you continuously alluded to is the key for partnership with INCA and other unions, which is key in terms of if we want to have to achieve the impact that we want. Again, coordination and partnership remain key. In terms of negotiating the pension and the retirement, I think that's quite impressive. I'm sure most of the unions here can learn from the experience of Tunisia and hopefully replicate it in their own countries to ensure the rights of the migrants are protected, but they also have privileges such as pension and the retirement benefits, and when they do retire, and even regularizing their stay is another noteworthy example that the Tunisian trade union is doing. So this being said, I will hand over again to Mariam.
Thank you very much, Aida, and indeed a very inspiring experience again, also from our colleagues from GTT in Tunisia. And staying with the experience coming from trade unions, let's now give the floor to next panelist here online, Ms. Teresa Wabuko. She is from the Central Organization of Trade Union from Kenya, KOTUK. And so she will mention and she will explain about what KOTU is doing on awareness raising and for migrant workers' rights. So please, Teresa, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Miriam, and greetings to everyone in Abidjan from Kenya. Basically on awareness raising regarding the Migrant Recruitment Advisor, that is MRA, I'll begin by saying that the MRA web platform, that is the online web platform, was launched by ITUC to help protect migrant workers from abusive employment practices. The website is designed as a peer-to-peer platform where migrant workers can seek information about their recruitment experience of other migrant workers. The web platform provides for one, information on law and policies for selected countries of origin and destination. It also provides for reviews by migrant workers on the practice of their recruitment agency. And lastly, also provides link to a complaint mechanism. So the recruitment advisor lists thousands of agencies in Kenya. It also lists agencies in other selected countries of origin and destination. When recruitment actually agencies are appropriately regulated, they play an important role on the efficiency and matching the right workers with specific labor needs in the labor markets. So basically, under the migrant recruitment, that is MRA project, which was launched in Kotu in October 2018 with an aim to promote fair recruitment and ensure safe migration for migrant workers, and also to reduce vulnerability to forced labor. In the process of implementing the project, that is the Migrant Recruitment Advisor Project, Kotu and affiliates have been and remain committed to fair recruitment initiatives through awareness raising and advocacy on migrant workers' rights, and also the ILO principles and guidelines for fair recruitment. Kotu has organized education workshops, meetings, focus group discussions, and outreach activities, and also outreach campaigns. And we have also at Kotu been engaged in radio, television, and use of other social media platforms to disseminate information about fair recruitment. Mainly, our target has been migrant workers, prospective and returnees, the general public, community leaders, the tripartite social partners, and other social partners as well. Informal village elders, and this was a strategy to say that fair recruitment initiative carries on even beyond the lifetime of the project. And the main reason for involvement of leaders at the community level, at the village level, is because this is where majority of migrant workers are drawn from. So if communities are brought to be able to understand issues around fair, recruitment practices, then it is a plus even for us as a trade union. Kotu has also initiated returnee migrant workers networks in 2 counties that we have majorly been involved in the initiative advocacy activities. That is in Kwale County and Kilifi County in the coast region of Kenya. We are, however, looking forward and are hopeful to extend such networks in other counties within the country. Through these sensitization activities, we have been able to collect over 500 reviews from migrant workers, which are uploaded in the MRA website. However, we also encourage migrant workers who are able to access the website directly and who have access to internet to be able to visit the website and be able to make their reviews in person. The MRA platform actually is giving Kenyans and Kenyan migrant workers an opportunity to share their migration experience, be able to rate their recruitment agencies, and also learn about their rights as well as the experience from other workers sometimes the best teachers are workers with experience, other workers with experience. Based on the migrant recruitment advisor, we see the benefits for prospective migrant workers as enabling them to make informed decisions before migrating. Another benefit we see for migrant workers who are still in countries of destination is the benefit of being able to receive information about their countries of destination. They are able to review their labor recruiters. At the same time, it provides an enabling environment or an enabling link for them to be able to report a violation or raise a complaint. For returnee migrant workers, we have a benefit of them being able to review their labor recruiters. They are able to report a violation or a complaint. For the employers, because the purpose of the migrant recruitment advisor is a win-win situation for all the actors. For the employers, they're able to know which agency to partner with if they want to engage into getting a migrant worker, for example, from Kenya, so that they are able to avoid, for example, the unlicensed recruitment agencies. For governments, the MRA can indeed enable to monitor recruitment process and to gain feedback and evaluation from workers, and to also hear the voice of workers as they raise their concerns in the migrant recruitment advisor. And lastly, for the recruitment agencies, it will promote, or rather it promotes them if their recruitment practices are ethical. Lastly, I wish to say that a call for action from Kotu Kenya is actually to urge ILO to continue advancing in activities that promote a fair recruitment initiative. And at the same time, at the Central Organization of Trade Unions in Kenya, we are looking forward to establish a migrant recruitment resource center based on the experiences we've had from the activities so far conducted under the migrant recruitment advisor. And we call upon the ILO to support us, because if we are able to establish a migrant recruitment information center, we will be able to reach out to more migrant workers, empowering them with regards to their rights, and also, having to get into a situation of looking forward to be able to even organize these migrant workers into the trade union, and to collaborate with trade unions in the countries of destination to enter into memorandums of understandings that are specifically geared towards promoting and protecting the rights of migrant workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Teresa. I think it's here again a very inspiring practice that you achieved to conduct with the support and with the collaboration as well of ITUC. And I think what is very interesting is that there are different layers, if I may say. You have first the possibility for the migrants to review their experience with the recruitment agency, but there is also, you also address the whole aspect related to complaint mechanism, which is very often important and needed for workers, in particular workers abused. So this is indeed also a kind of a very important missions of the MRA, and I really also appreciate where you were discussing about the questions on reaching out and raising awareness, the need of going to the community at the village level to making sure that you can, as much as possible, reach as much as possible people and potential workers or migrant workers. I also hear you with the what is next and the migration recruitment information center you try to build, and I think this is also a very promising initiative indeed to reach as much as possible many more workers and to raise awareness even more on what is fair recruitment and how making sure that the recruitment is safe as well for migrant workers. So thank you very much, Teresa. You had many requests actually even of being contacted, how to contact you, how to know more about your experience. So have a look to the chat. I think participants want actually to know more about it. So thanks again for sharing with us this great experience and initiative. Let's stay in Kenya, but go back to the room. And Ida, I give you the floor for our next practice, also coming from Kenya. Back to you, Kenya. Back to you, Ida, sorry.
Thank you very much, Miriam. Yes, we will remain in Kenya. We've heard from Kotu. Thanks, Teresa. Great to see you. Then we will move on now to see what the registration and licensing of recruitment agency, which is key when we talk about fair recruitment. So I'll hand over to Joseph. Over to you, Joseph.
Thank you very much. My name is Joseph Joy from National Employment Authority in Kenya, Minister of Labor. Now you find that when it comes to the registration and licensing of recruitment agencies, this is actually done according to the law. Now you find that as the local labor market gets saturated, Kenyans are increasingly seeking for employment opportunities beyond the borders where their skills are high in demand. Now you find that currently we don't have accurate data on Kenyans working in foreign countries, but it is estimated that we have 4 million Kenyans in the diaspora. Out of this number, we have around 200,000 Kenyans working in the Gulf. When it comes to licensing of recruitment agencies, we have a regulatory framework in Kenya that is actually supported by relevant ILO conventions, and it is through that we are able to manage the registration of recruitment agencies. Now, you find that at the same time, we have various bilateral labor agreements. Some are operational and others are under negotiation. The bilateral agreements that are already operational are for the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the state of Qatar. Currently, we have the bilateral agreements that we've already developed. These bilateral agreements are supposed to be negotiated. We have one for with the state of Jordan, another one with Oman, Bahrain, Lebanon, and Kuwait. Now, we have proper management and administration of fair recruitment in Kenya. And this is actually aimed at not only promoting employment of Kenyans abroad, but also ensuring fair terms and conditions of employment for them. It is therefore important to note that this entails the various or the following issues. One, we have the regulation of the private employment agencies. We have the dissemination of information to migrant workers. And therefore,
when it comes to the regulation of private employment agencies, Kenya has a high number of unregistered employment agencies compared with other countries. And therefore, this situation has given rise to unethical practices amongst the agencies due to high competition for clients. And that is why we decided that the activities of recruitment agencies must be regulated. And this is where we say that, or Kenya saying that any Kenyan going outside the country must go through a registered recruitment agency, or they can be taken out there if there's government-to-government agreement. So you find that we have various actors in this. And in 2014, there was a ban on recruitment of Kenyans or migrant workers to work in Gulf countries. This ban led to the setup of a task force, and that task force came up with recommendations. And out of those recommendations, the Labor Institutions Act was actually amended. And once the Labor Institutions Act was amended, an interministerial vetting committee was actually put in place. This committee consists of the ministry responsible for labor, ministry responsible for immigration, internal security, foreign affairs, and the Attorney General. When it comes to the vetting of recruitment agencies, all recruitment agencies must make their applications through an online platform. And therefore, there's a process that is actually followed for the registration of these recruitment agencies. And once the process is followed, the vetting committee makes recommendations on whether to give approval or not. This is based on the process that is taken by the recruitment agencies. Now, the National Employment Authority is the secretariat to the vetting committee. This is the authority that gives licenses to the private employment agencies. It also regulates the activities of all private employment agencies. The agency, or rather the authority, also collects, analyzes, disseminates information concerning the labor market. It also builds the capacities of private employment agencies. The authority also sensitizes and advises job seekers. It also handles complaints from job seekers. And it is also involved in the promotion of ethical recruitment. And therefore, we always request the registered recruitment agencies to observe the provisions of existing code of conduct. And according to the law, if they fail to adhere to the code of conduct and other laws, then their certificates can be cancelled. It is also important to note that we have labor attaches in the countries of Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and United Arab Emirates. In the case of any distress call from migrant workers, these attaches always assist. Before these migrant workers move to various countries, their contracts are supposed to be attested by a labor officer. And therefore, we do not have migrant workers moving to any country without an attested contract. At the same time, we have made it mandatory that all migrant workers must undergo pre-departure training. This is actually aimed at reducing culture shock that most migrant workers might face. Therefore, the process that we have on the registration and licensing of recruitment agencies is quite clear. And this is aimed at reducing the number of unregistered workers, not workers, but recruitment agencies. Because these unregistered recruitment agencies end up using visit visas, or the get visit visas for migrant workers because they are not able to go through the process. And that is why we always insist on all recruitment agencies to get license from the government. Therefore, out of this, we've seen that we have some impact and benefits that arise from a proper process of registering recruitment workers, recruitment agencies. You find that job seekers or migrant workers are aware of the licensed recruitment agencies. They do not want to go using unlicensed agencies. At the same time, migrant workers have confidence because they know that they are using a system that is actually a system that is controlled by the government. And therefore, when it comes to the online registration of recruitment agencies, we have realized that this system is working because it locks out any unregistered recruitment agency. At the same time, we are trying to encourage unregistered agencies to register in the system, to register with the government so that they can do their work without any problem. Therefore, we would like ILO to actually see to it that when it comes to the fees that is charged by recruitment agencies, that this fees is actually abolished. But we'll find that the laws of the country are very clear. We have the law, the Labor Institutions Act, that clearly states that job seekers are not supposed to be charged. But we end up finding that recruitment agencies have other operating costs. And what we always say is that if they have to charge, they should not charge those anything that is more than 1 month's salary. And therefore, we are encouraging recruitment agencies to ensure that employers are the ones who take care of all the costs that are supposed to be incurred when processing these migrant workers. Thank you.
Are we getting tired? Thank you very much, Joseph. Thank you for clearly stipulating the need to license and regulate private employment agencies so that we can vet out the unregistered private recruitment agency, which can also operate under the outside the law of the country. In terms of, I think protection, you've clearly said that the Labor Institution Act has been devised to protect the migrant workers, but as well as the bilateral labor agreement with the three countries that Kenya have signed bilateral labor agreement with, has been key instrument in terms of ensuring the protection of migrant workers. when it comes to data, I think the problem lies everywhere in this region in terms of having a comprehensive and reliable data. It's very challenging. I think one area is the fact that even there's a lot of irregular migration. So taking into account that, I mean, sometimes we can have administrative data in terms of regular migration, but knowing the irregular migration is has been a bit challenging. So many thanks on that. I think building the capacity of the agencies or the private recruitment agencies is also one noteworthy example, because at the end of the day, the agencies need to know the law and need to have the capacity in terms of what we may mean by fair recruitment, so that they can operate within the ambit of the international labor standards, but as well as the national law. With this, I'll go back to Miriam. I'll hand over to you, Miriam.
Merci beaucoup, Aida. Je vais continuer.
Thank you very much, Miriam. I will continue in French because we still have two interventions and they are both online. So I will keep the floor for a few minutes. And we are going to travel to North Africa now. Our next two interventions are from Morocco and the last one from Tunisia. We start with Morocco. We have with us, we are lucky enough to have with us Mrs. Ismoutou of UGTM. Good morning, Inda. It's a pleasure to see you. I think you were joining us from your car, right? And she's going to talk to us about the work on the Charte commune, or the common charter that was set up by UGTM. So thank you very much for being with us. I know that for you it has been last minute yes, or invitation. You have 5-6 minutes max. I will thank you, Miriam. Thank you for having me to speak about this charter. I thank all the organizers for this activity, and which is the launch of the initiative for fair recruitment. Let me talk about the charter very briefly, of course. During the consultations, during our social dialogue between the trade unions and the General Confederation of Workers in Morocco and the Democratic Confederation of CTT and the other trade unions, with the technical support of the ILO, following several meetings and several virtual meetings, we reached the conviction and we concluded that we need to show the results of our actions, develop strategies, and in order to strengthen social dialogue on issues such as the protection of the rights of migrant workers, an approach which translates our common principles. So this is why we thought of a charter, a common charter for the protection of, for the engagement of social partners on the protection of migrant workers and the strengthening of social dialogue on migrant work. The charter was drafted and signed on March 1st, so almost 3 weeks ago. And among the key values or common values, shared values, are human rights, the legitimacy of international law, the principle of tripartism, and in our goals we listed objectives, among which, first of all, we need to invite public authorities to strengthen their efforts, to boost their efforts to respect migrant workers' rights, strengthen social dialogue, and participate on meetings on issues concerning migrant workers, start bipartite or tripartite dialogue in the elaboration of bilateral agreements. So all that is a discussion, we need to be involved. And then participate in the drafting of policies and monitor the consistency of these policies with other policies, like policies concerning vocational training or social protection, employment. So we want to strengthen the synergies among social partners and cooperation among social partners and social workers. So we thought of launching a common advocacy and writing a common charter and a common advocacy strategy. So we set this strategic goal, supporting integration of refugees and migrants in the qualification for skill development and programs for aid and the creation of enterprises. Second objective, strengthen the mechanism of supervision to protect the rights of workers, men and female, that are refugees, because we have the rights, but you have to make sure that rights are complied with. So our goal is to strengthen the inspection system as a whole or in general, so that we can have a better supervision on the implementation of all these provisions. We have already ratified Convention 1997, the conventions of the United Nations, ratification of 143, 111, and 189. Our goal is to strengthen social dialogue and consultation with migrant workers, refugee migrant workers organization, university, parliament, technical and financial partners, as well as implementing operational mechanism for the protection of migrants, of Moroccans resident abroad, with the support of the Ministry of Migration, and the partnership for the mobility of skills. And we insisted also on the drafting of advocacy strategies within trade unions and within the CGM. And at the end, since we are aware of the role of the media on the issues related to migration, we have a strategic goal on the raising the awareness of media on the labor migration to fight against stereotypes as a way of promoting the rights of migrant workers who are also refugees in some instances. So these are the strategic goals that we are developing for this advocacy in order to implement the common charter. Social partners are committed to enforce and comply with this charter and to implement annual action plans to achieve the goals set in the charter. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this information. It is very interesting to see how in your presentation we see the important role played by social dialogue in general and in the governance of migration, and how as you said, this common charter are the engagements of social partners to better protect migrant workers. But you also have mentioned refugees. And what is interesting to see that there is an issue of protection of migrant workers who are in Morocco, but also the numerous Moroccans residing abroad, which is also at the heart of the concerns of your concerns and see how social dialogue can make sure that there is a good governance of migration in general. The last point you mentioned, which is key, is to make sure that there is consistency between labor migration policies and all the policies, sectoral policies, which are related, like employment policies, social protection policies, vocational training policies, and how social dialogue can strengthen this consistency between migration policies and employment policies. So it is all new, because you mentioned this charter was signed 3 weeks ago, so good luck. And I'm sure that we're going to hear more about this experience in the future. And I hope we will certainly talk about it and see you again, hopefully shortly in the next meeting. Thank you very much for your time. So, as we say in English, last but not least, I have the pleasure of welcoming with us Mr. Ahmed Misawidi. Thank you very much for being with us, even though only virtually. And we're going to, you work for DGPMOE, who initiatives aiming at, you're going to talk to us about initiatives that are aimed at regulating recruitment agencies for the implementation of a new body of inspectors. We mentioned labor inspection several times as it can play an important role in fair recruitment, and thanks to Tunisia, we are going to know more about a concrete experience that was set up. So I give you the floor. Thank you very much for being with us. Thank you, Miriam, for giving me this opportunity of presenting the experience of Tunisia on the regulation of recruitment agencies and the relevance of labor inspectors. Knowing the importance of the principles of recruitment, fair recruitment and ethical recruitment, Tunisia set up since 2010 a regulatory framework aiming at regulating the private intermediation of employment abroad, to organize this intermediation and set up procedures for the execution of the implementation of the execution of these employment abroad. In 2010, we complied with the principles of Convention 181 of the ILO. So among other things, I would like to mention first of all, the free of charge of services for candidates to migration, that the private agency of employment abroad cannot be involved in the labor relation between the candidate and the employer, and the treatment of all potential migrant workers equally without any discrimination. The private employment agencies should also have appropriate officers for the performance of their activities. They should also, it is also prohibited to these agencies to provide migrant workers incorrect or false information on the potential work abroad. So this is the first action we started to ensure the compliance of the principles of fair recruitment. I would like to mention the study we conducted in 2019 on recruitment processes, recruitment processes of foreign workers from and to Tunisia. This work, this study allowed us to identify, to take a picture, to take stock of the situation, which are the weaknesses and the failures of the system, so that we can take the necessary measures to ensure the implementation of recruitment, fair recruitment principles. I also would like to mention, in relation with this topic, the supervision work of recruitment agency abroad. We realized that there's been abuses. It can be summarized as follows. We saw that many private recruitment agencies perform recruitment, send workers abroad without receiving the authorization from the Ministry of Labor, which is the competent authority, that the job seekers are even asked money to be hired abroad by and especially and this is not authorized, and the publication of offers of jobs abroad through fake work contracts towards the Gulf region mainly. And we also noticed the issuance of visa in some countries, like in the Gulf country. But then at the revival, migrants realize that their work contract is fake, and so they end up in a very difficult situations with immigration, and they cannot live in the country of destination. We also noticed the non-respect of the content of the labor contract once the person is hired by the employer. And we also noticed cases of human trafficking in this area. So being aware of the relevance of this topic, we set up a corps of labor inspectors, specific corps of labor inspectors, offering for labor to inspect the work of recruitment agencies offering jobs abroad. So with the ILO office in Tunis, that I thank very much for its support, and in order to start the procedure for the implementation of this new corps of labor inspectors, we drafted an inspection guide or guidelines. These guidelines will be provided to all inspectors, and they will be able to use this guideline during their inspections, and will allow all inspectors to have an identical procedure for the implementation of their inspections with these recruitment agencies. So we have defined the inspection process, starting by a mission letter, the preparation of the inspection, implementation of the actual implementation of the inspection, and the follow-up and the reporting of the inspection. We have also drafted the post-inspection form for inspectors. So inspectors in this area should be able to supervise and control everything, especially that all services provided are free of charge, services provided by recruitment agencies offering jobs abroad. The content of the inspection of the content of work contracts in compliance with ILO standards from the point of view of wages, leaves, etc. So the inspector should really verify all of that, all this information is present, and make sure that the private recruitment agency is collecting all the information regarding migration. The inspector should also verify the official authorization license issued by the Ministry of Employment, and they should be visible to all candidates. And the inspector should also verify that there is a sign specifying that all services are free of charge, verification of changes of any change of data with regard, and then they should check that the offices are appropriate, verify communication and all information with the ministry in charge of employment are kept because they, according to the law, they have to send these agencies should send us an annual report on their activities with the placements abroad. And maybe we have also have a bill of law for take measures ensuring the fair recruitment of candidate to migration. In this bill, we also have a contract for a specific contract which should define the obligation and the rights of each party, and which is going to be used as a document of reference for inspectors. And then inspectors can also take a sample of beneficiaries of these recruitment agencies services, contact them, have talk to them, and make sure and verify that the private recruitment agency is actually complying with the law in force, and that there is no exploitation of job seekers. So this core of labor inspectors, we mentioned, first of all, the training of this core of labor inspection through the two FAIR and ETAM projects. And we also set up a core of inspector consisting of 28 inspectors who are divided, spread on our Tunisian territory. We have a regional office in each department, and so we have at least one inspector in each department. And then I would also like to underline that we have a planned implementation of an online platform which will be used, can be useful for recruitment agencies for entering all information regarding the data or information of a potential migrant. All data concerning their activity as well, so that we can also have the history of each recruitment agency. We are going to collect information on abuses, on control reports. This platform will be a very useful tool for inspections as well. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you very much, Mr. Messaoudi. It's a great experience. It's really exhaustive, and we know that the issue of labor inspection is really at the heart, and you said it very clearly. We realize that there are abuses and violations of existing standards despite a clear legal framework. We see that this core of inspectors are not labor inspectors. These are specific inspectors trained specifically for this specific role, and you say they also have a specific form to fill out at the end of their inspection. Their role is to supervise and control and make sure that all the details that these private recruitment agencies comply with the national standards and national laws. It will be interesting. It will going to inspire, I'm sure, many other countries to see how this core of new 28 inspectors will be able to implement their inspections. Another point that you mentioned that was very interesting, that they are present in each one of the regions. So they're really present locally to make sure that the entire Tunisian territory is covered. Because we know that recruitment is not done only in one specific region, but on the entire territory of the state. And so this is very important. Thank you very much. Good luck with the implementation. It's a huge challenge, but it's a very interesting challenge, and very good luck on this work. I'm sure you're going to listen to hear more about this in the coming months and years to come. And I'm looking forward to meet you again and have updates on your work. And having said that, we are finished with our marathon, as Kumba mentioned in the beginning of the presentation of the different practices. We've seen where we are at the level of governments, of private recruitment agencies and trade unions. We have heard a lot of different practices that are emerging on the African continent. And these practices, many of them, it is also important to say it, have been able to take place, notably thanks to the support of development partners. They've been funded and with the support of the EU, with the Swiss Development Agency, with the Swedish agency, with the FCTO. And we should really recognize the important role played by these development agencies and their financial support. I talked to Ida, and I will switch in English.
Close for at least on your side for lunch. On our side, the session is over now, at least with interpretation. As I said at the beginning of the session, participants who want to connect again for the following the session that might happen in your room this afternoon, the streaming will remain active, so you don't hesitate. Please use the link you used this morning to connect. It will remain open. If I may just thanks warmly all the panelists who took place to the session, and in particular the people who were online, but also of course in the room. And a big thanks, if I may, as well to the support team here in Turin, but also in Geneva on my side, and of course to the interpreters, because that was also a marathon for them. So thanks also for the interpreters, and of course to the participants for their active role throughout this morning. The chat was exploding of messages, so thank you so much for having been so active. Ida, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Miriam. I will add to the warm thanks from Miriam to all participants. We have seen the promising practices from Africa, from all over Africa, so we're not starting a scratch, so we can learn from each other and improve on it. Of course, we have a long way to go as well, but we have done a lot. So kudos to all of us, the whole region, for the very interesting experiences that you have shared. This being said, we will now break for lunch, as Miriam said, for 1 hour. So it's 1:30 local time here in Abidjan. If we can come 30 sharp, so that we can, given that we're streaming as well, we will have colleagues join online. So if we can be on time, we'll really appreciate it. So I thank you all for your active participation. Anybody who have not done a COVID test and would like to do a COVID test, our colleagues are outside. You can go out and get tested. Those of you, of course, who have traveled or who is traveling abroad and requires it. Thank you very much for your attention, and bon appetit to all.
Thank you, Ida. If I might just say a very last word for the people who are connected online. Tomorrow, the official launch of the Fair Recruitment Initiative. So tomorrow, please join us back for the official launch that will happen at the same time than today. So please be sure that you're connected again. Thank you all again. Stopping here, and for the people in Abidjan, enjoy your lunch.